covering all fields in terms of halal life. We are gathering experts and we are hosting them every month, and these are public trainings. On our webpage, there's a very good collection of these speeches. As our university, as much as possible, we are trying to support the topic of halal. With HAK, we have a joint protocol. For example, for the event in Washington, D.C., we work together with them. For all the other events, they are supporting us, and we are furthering our collaboration with them too. Global halal ecosystem should be established, as I mentioned in the introduction of my speech. So fragmentation, different implementations cause problems, and we need to solve those problems. So if we are to handle food sector, so a material comes from a country, another material from another country being produced here, being sold in another country. So there is a cross-border mobility when it comes to food. And there has to be a common language and mutual recognition amongst countries. We need to ascertain this. If we cannot, then we cannot have global trust. Of course, there are next generation assurance methods. So we need to use them to digital traceability, blockchain, AI support should be used for verification, and data and risk-based and real-time monitoring should happen for our inspections. What do stakeholders wait for? First, trust. This is our common cross-cutting point. And consumer asks for transparency, clarity. Producers ask for predictable criteria. Regulators ask for coherence and inspectability. And certifiers and accreditors look for impartiality and competency. And universities are looking for knowledge, information production, education, and R&D. So what is the solution? Solution is everyone is talking about trust. How can we build trust? What can we do about it? Because if there is halal in a business, then there is trust, transparency, responsibility, and institutional reputation there. If we can have a transparent and respectable future of halal, then we can establish its future too. This is our very last slide. Now we are troubled by not having a common language or not having a mutual recognition for our certificates. But the only way to solve this is the umbrella being provided to us by SMIC, Islamic Countries Standards and Metrology Institute, which is affiliated to OIC for more than 15 years, and they are working on this topic. And it is composed of committees coming from Islamic countries. From Turkey, halal certified, for example, who gave the halal certificate? A halal certification body. A halal certification body. According to standard number one, SMIC has three standards. One is product standard, so the bread, when it will become halal, or tea, when it becomes halal. So there is this is standard number one. And there is this accreditation body is accredited by HAK according to standard number two. So certification bodies are working according to standard number two. What does it mean? So you have to inspect at this time. You will check for these and this and that reports. You will carry out these analyses. You will control if analyses have been done. So certification bodies are subject to standard number two, and halal certification body should accredit and should verify if they're doing so. And HAK is working according to standard number three. For example, certification body should be visited this frequently, and then its partiality committee. Do they have this? Have they implemented their decisions? What happened to results? Are analyses taken into consideration accurately? So halal accreditation body or agency is affiliated to IFHA, so Islamic Forum for Halal Accreditation Bodies. From Turkey, Halal Accreditation Agency is a member of this. From Canada again. Canada should use 303 standards and they have to be a member of IFA. States should be a member of Mexico and Australia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey, Saudi Arabia. So they have to be a member of IFA. If they're all a member, then halal certified products from Brazil will be valid in Turkey, Indonesia. Turkish product will also be sold in India. So hand in hand, all together, we need to establish this system and to have it get going. So we need to protect beliefs, we need to use science, we need to center human beings, we need to use quality, we need to produce trust, and we need to strengthen establish a strong halal ecosystem. So this is our aim. Thank you very much. So it was half an hour. So I did my tablet. Thank you very much, Mr. Rector. Zafer Şeker will present him a trophy in memory today. Mr. Rector, thank you very much for being here and for your contributions. It's good to have you. Thank you. Distinguished guests, our opening ceremony ending here. For the lunch break, we'll have a break for 75 minutes until 14 o'clock. And we will be having a sectoral program here and in the side event follow academic sessions. So you will all be welcome here at 14 o'clock.
Değerli konuklar, kıymetli misafirler,
Dear guests, our session is about to start. I would like to kindly invite you to take your seats.
Kapıyor mu? Gidiyor. Gidiyorsa tamam. Bunları içeri alalım. Tamam. Yok, yani konuşmacıların çoğu ha, evet. Çünkü hani şey o manada. Onlar şeyleri davet. Tamam. Dinleyicileri. Tamam. Zaten biz herkes hazır olunca bana işaretleyin. Davet. Olur mu? Tamam. Kıymetli konuklar,
Dear guests,
forumumuz başlamak üzeredir. Yerlerinizi almanızı rica ediyoruz.
our session is about to start. Please, our guests in the exhibition area, I would like to kindly invite them inside.
Salona davet ediyoruz. Sonra başlayacaktır. Ehlen ve sehlen. Lezzetli. Adana. Diyarbakır. Hayır. Gece başımıza kazalar geldi. Araçta laf patladı. Yolda kaldı. Hadi mali biraz şey asfalt yok. Neyse ben birazdan belki suya çıkacağım. Sen ne diyeceksin? Buyursun. Ha. Sabah. Helal besmesi. Helal gıda ürünleri. Çarşamba buluşuyor. Sen ona göre planlayın. Varsa haber.
İkinci kanaldan ses veriyoruz. Ses alabiliyor musunuz? Tamam. Bire mi geçeyim?
In this session, We will be talking about institutionalization of modern halal quality infrastructure. First of all, I would like to invite the speakers on stage, and lastly, I will give the floor to the moderator, Dr. Mehmet Fatih Aydın. İSADAK General Director Selçuk Koç, SİMİK Secretary General İhsan Övüt, TSE Deputy Secretary General Dr. Metehan Çalış, Zafer Soylu, and Saudi Halal Center Deputy CEO Dr. Yusuf Al-Harbi. I would like to invite them all on stage with your applause. And as the moderator of the session, I would like to give the floor to the High Council of Religious Affairs, Acting President Dr. Fatih Mehmet Aydın. Once he also takes his seat, I would like to give you now the floor.
Euzu billahi mineşşeytanirracim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Velhamdülillahi rabbil alamin. Ves salatu vesselamu ala rasulina Muhammedin ve ala alihi ve sahbihi ecmaîn. Çok kıymetli dinleyiciler,
Esteemed participants, distinguished guests, institutionalization of modern halal quality infrastructure. So we are here for this session. I wish a successful session for all. Dear participants, in this session, we will especially be talking about institutionalization of modern halal quality infrastructure. And some institutions and their roles would be introduced. And we will be listening to presentations by different organizations. First of all, we have COMSEC. And another institution is SİMİK. And likewise, TSE, Turkish Standards Institute. And at this point, another important agency which was established, IFHA. And lastly, we will be listening to the presentation theme Global Helal Academy, Architecture and Shared Knowledge Economy, if God allows us. So first of all, modern halal quality infrastructure institutionalization. So regarding this, the role of COMSEC would be introduced, presented. Mr. Selçuk Koç. I would like to give him the floor. We will be listening to him. And at this point, the position of COMSEC under OIC, we know it very well. And it's one of the most important four committees of OIC, as we know. So it's such an organization. And of course, its role, position in terms of institutionalization of modern halal quality infrastructure is very important. And in this respect, COMSEC Coordination Office General Director Mr. Selçuk Koç will deliver his presentation, and he will be talking about the role of COMSEC. Without further ado, I would like to give him the floor. Please, the floor is yours, Mr. Selçuk. You have 15 minutes. Hopefully, inshallah, in 15 minutes, you will be wrapping it up. So thank you, Professor.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's a great pleasure for me to address this August gathering and distinguished audience on the occasion of the first International Helal Accreditation Congress. I am pleased to participate this session with such a distinguished speakers and moderator and to share insights specifically on COMSEC's endeavors on institutionalization of modern halal quality infrastructure within the OIC. This presentation provides the outline of my presentation. First of all, I would like to start with COMSEC, and I will provide a brief account of COMSEC. COMSEC is the ministerial level decision-making platform of the OIC and chaired by His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, President of the Republic of Turkey. And COMSEC aims at enhancing economic and commercial cooperation among the 57 OIC member countries. COMSEC was established in 1984, and the vision of the COMSEC is build a prosperous Islamic Ummah based on solidarity, interdependence, enhanced mobility, and good governance. In this respect, COMSEC serves as a regular platform, to produce and disseminate knowledge, share experiences and best practices, and promote policy coordination to address economic and social challenges of Islamic Ummah. COMSEC convenes annually in November at the ministerial level under the chairmanship of His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, the President of the Republic of Turkey. In preparation for the ministerial sessions, the follow-up committee meetings are convened annually to review the implementation in the major programs and projects of the COMSEC, as well as prepare agenda of the COMSEC ministerial session. In the next slide, now I would like to mention about the efforts of the COMSEC in light of the COMSEC strategy. COMSEC continues its efforts in light of the COMSEC strategy in 7 cooperation areas. And there are 2 main implementation instruments, namely working groups and the COMSEC project support programs. These working groups convene twice a year with the active participation of the member countries. Based on comprehensive and evidence-based research projects, reports prepared for each meeting, the working groups formulate concrete policy recommendations to be submitted to the honorable ministers during the COMSEC ministerial session. Among these cooperation areas, halal issues occupy an important place in the cooperation agenda of the trade, financial cooperation, and agricultural working groups. I will touch upon these efforts and COMSEC project support programs in more detail later on in this presentation. Distinguished participants, now I would like to provide a brief account of OIC economic outlook. Esteemed guests, as seen in this slide, over the past 40 years, unfortunately, the total GDP of the OIC member countries has increased from 1953 billion US dollars in 1984 to 9.3 trillion US dollar in 2024. And the share of the OIC member countries in the global welfare has only slightly increased. So there is a need further efforts to get the right welfare from the all world welfare. In the next slide, a similar trend can be observed in terms of GDP per capita. Although the member countries have increased their GDP per capita, as you can see from the slide, the gap with the world average has continued to widen. In terms of trade, the total trade volume of the OIC member countries has increased from nearly 400 billion US dollars to 5.1 trillion US dollars. Nevertheless, their share in global trade has remained almost unchanged. This indicates that the member countries have not yet been able to fully leverage their growing trade volumes to strengthen their position in global trade. In this regard, addressing the barriers to trade remains critical. Esteemed guests, when we look at the intra-OIC trade figures, it has recorded an improvement over time. Nevertheless, it still remains the target of 25%. It should also be underlined that external shocks, including COVID-19 pandemic, have affected trade flows during the specific periods. limited product diversification, insufficient complementary production structures, complex customs procedures, and the prevalence of non-tariff barriers continue to hinder intra-OIC trade. Addressing these challenges remains crucial for achieving the intra-OIC trade target and strengthening economic and cooperation among the member countries. Distinguished participants, now I would like to briefly touch upon some figures about halal market. The halal market has been expanding rapidly in recent years, driven by various sectors. This indicates a considerable share of halal products is still imported from non-OIC countries. In other words, demand within OIC member countries is not sufficiently met by intra-OIC production and trade. There is a clear need for further strengthen the halal ecosystem and enhance cooperation among the member countries. Now, I would like to continue with the COMSEC's endeavors in halal sector. Following the relevant resolution adopted at the first COMSEC ministerial meeting in 1985, the OIC Standardization Experts Group was established to initiate cooperation among the member countries and to develop a common approach to standardization and harmonization activities. To address the institutional need within the OIC framework, the Statute of CIMIC was approved at the fourth COMSEC ministerial meeting in 1999. Between 1999 and 2010, the Standardization Expert Group held a series of meetings which resulted in the formulation and adoption of the OIC CIMIC standards, including the general guidelines on halal food, the guidelines for bodies providing halal certification, and the guidelines for the Helal Accreditation Body accrediting halal certification bodies as reference standards. Building on these efforts, the Statute of CIMIC entered into force after fulfilling the ratification requirement of 10 member countries in May 2010 as the designated body responsible for standardization and metrology activities in the OIC member countries. Following the operationalization of CIMIC, the OIC CIMIC standards were endorsed at the 26th COMSEC ministerial meeting in 2010. To date, COMSEC has continued to exert its efforts to support CIMIC and halal sector through analytical research, policy recommendations, and project supports. CIMIC has also further intensified its efforts over time by expanding its membership and raising awareness among the member countries. Halal sector has been elaborated in detail under the COMSEC platform. In this slide, you can see some of the publications of the COMSEC on halal sector. In the next slide, a total of 20 projects have been supported in trade and tourism cooperation areas concerning the halal issues. These projects mainly focus on the harmonization of standards, strengthening methodology and quality infrastructure, enhancing technical capacity, developing halal food detection methods, and promoting mutual recognition of accreditation systems. And also, tourism projects aim to strengthen the Muslim-friendly tourism ecosystem by training sector professionals, supporting destination branding, and promoting the implementation of quality standards in accommodation and restaurant services. In this context, in total, 20 projects have been implemented by 5 member countries and 3 OIC institutions, and 1,746 experts from 46 member countries have benefited from the outputs of these projects. Some visuals of the projects are also presented in this slide. This concludes my remarks. I wish you all productive and successful Congress. Thank you for your kind attention. Esselamu Aleyküm ve Rahmetullahi ve Berekatuhu.
Dakika önce
So thank you very much for using the time very efficiently. You finished 3 times before your time limit. COMSEC's halal quality infrastructure and its institutionalization, it is very important for these two because it is one of the oldest institutions working in this field. Now, we will be listening to one of the greatest works of OIC, which is heading the standards of Islamic world under OIC. So SMIC will be explained by Mr. Ihsan Övüt, and his topic will be institutionalizing OIC global halal quality infrastructure and the SMIC role. Ihsan Bey, since 2014, is working as the Secretary General of SMIC. So really efficient standards are required and still is being acquired. And now to talk about his topic, I would like to give the floor to Ihsan Övüt. Yes, please, Professor. You have 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It also gives me a great pleasure to be here today and address such a distinguished audience. Therefore, I would like to thank again the Helal Akreditasyon Agency of Republic of Turkey for their invitation and excellent hospitality and for bringing together professionals from various fields to explore new opportunities in the dynamic halal industry. I'm honored to be part of this session on the institutionalization of the modern halal quality infrastructure. This topic itself reflects a deeper understanding of the importance of the halal, the significance of the quality infrastructure, and how both fit within the framework of modern structures. Why is it important? Why this is important? Because what we are witnessing today is the gradual collapse of an outdated mindset about how halal was perceived in the past. As we all know, the concept of halal was often confined to a purely religious perception. In earlier times, this may not have posed a major challenge. However, in today's interconnected and technologically advanced world, there is no doubt that halal requires technical competence, professional expertise, and structural system to be properly implemented and sustained. This is precisely why the institutionalization of halal quality infrastructure has become not only relevant but essential. Halal quality infrastructure must be understood, explained, and embraced through the highest standards of professionalism, governance, and technical capacity. Only through such an institutional and systematic approach can halal continue to maintain its integrity, credibility, and global relevance in the modern world. And today, we are listening to how this process was established, how the idea first bloomed in the COMSEC, then matured through the work of SMIC, and was further complemented by the national systems and IFHAB, which altogether formed a comprehensive and functioning ecosystem for halal quality infrastructure. So let us now move forward to the establishment of CIMIC and highlight the key activities that can be regarded as important milestones in this process. The establishment of CIMIC, as His Excellency Çukbey mentioned, it started very early time. From the initial idea is full operational, took more than a quarter of a century. In fact, this period may be longer than the entire professional career span of many individuals. Having witnessed this entire process firsthand, I can say that it was not easy back then and is still not easy today. This because although Muslims belong to one unified Ummah, we represent diverse cultures and communities across four continents. However, Alhamdulillah, member states reached a consensus on the need to establish a specialized institution to address halal-related matters. Following the recognized need to establish CIMIC, a draft statute was prepared and submitted to the member states for their review, signature, and ratification. So the statute was entered into force and institute established in 2010, and the CIMIC General Secretariat initiated its activities in Istanbul in 2011 and 2012. This is our first chairman is here, His Excellency Mr. Tahir Büyükelvacıgil. He has a lot of experience because we worked together from 2008 till 2011. Maybe have a lot of memories. We can say that the first 5 years were largely focused on the institutionalization of the institute, revising its internal regulations, launching the CIMIC information system, establishing new technical committees to broaden the scope of work, and creating technical councils to ensure that field experts could implement the best strategies and actions. These efforts were aimed at both driving the institute forward and effectively addressing the needs of our members. Along the way, our work was recognized as reflected in the growth of the membership. By 2018, CIMIC had already reached 40 member states, and today it stands at 49 member states, which is a significant milestone that underscores the institute's expanding influence and growing rapidly. Another tangible measures of our success was, of course, the growing number of the OICIMIC standards. To date, we have published 82 standards and 81. The 12 of them are on halal topics, and we will continue to develop and release the high-quality standards designed for global application and impact. CIMIC not only the published standards, we also ensure that they are properly understood and effectively implemented. That is why one of our major achievements has been established of our CIMIC Academy, through which we have conducted our 150 training programs to build capacity and share ties across our member states and the private sector. Additionally, we have successfully organized 14 technical committee week meetings, bringing together hundreds of the experts each year to work on standards projects, including revision of 3 core halal standards. Furthermore, through our joint efforts with the chairman of the board of directors of CIMIC, we have made a significant strides in establishing of OIC global halal quality infrastructure, which is the further strengthening the funding of IFHAB. This has been a brief overview to how CIMIC started and evolved over the years. Throughout this period, we have always carried a strong commitment, striving to move forward and demonstrate excellence in every step of our work. In here, let us continue with our main objective before moving to our activities. CIMIC objectives are essential for understanding our structure and initiatives we undertake. Our primary objective is to develop OICIMIC standards. These standards form the foundation of for our second objective, as they play a crucial role to achieve uniformity among the elements of the quality infrastructure across the member states. However, our work does not stop here. CIMIC continuously provides technical assistance to member states to strengthen their institutions and equip them with the necessary knowledge and expertise. Finally, CIMIC aims to develop conformity assessment schemes to be implemented by IFAB with the goal of facilitating trade and strengthening economic relations among member states. Let us talk about our standardization structure. As we know, CIMIC does not develop standards directly from its office. Instead, this work is carried out by technical committees through the contribution of the efforts of the member states. The CIMIC General Secretariat serves as a coordination center that provides the necessary platform and mechanisms to facilitate standards development process. This is a short information about our technical committees. Each committee has a title, scope, and work program has business plan. And then each committee composed of a permanent secretary and appointed chair, and have members, full member, observer member, and liaison. For halal, for fatwas, we are taking our fatwas from the Fiqh Academy only. Fiqh Academy is one of the subsidiary organ of the OIC. It's very important to remember that halal standards are not fiqh documents themselves. They do incorporate Islamic rules to ensure compliance with the religious principle. Within CIMIC, the system is clear and well-defined. Technical insights for standards are provided by the experts of the topics, while religious guidance comes from from the recognized religious authority, which is the Fiqh Academy. Therefore, our standards are carefully crafted to encompass and respect the rules of the Islamic schools of thought. This is the project about how we are developing standards. It's a long trip from the beginning to publishing times. A standard can be developed from 6 months to 3 years. Each is belong to the documentation. If you have a mature document, you can skip some stage. If you are starting, you have to establish working group and committee draft, etc. The long trip. Here you are seeing the list of published halal standards. Till now, I said we have published 22 standards. TC was for halal food, TC2 the cosmetic, 3 for service, 5 tourism, halal tourism, 8 textile, 10 for the supply chain, 11 about halal management system, 15 about terminology, 16 is cosmetic and medicine, etc. We have a special committee, is confirmed assessment. This committee is working on the only standards for certification and accreditation shortly. Since its establishment, CIMIC has aimed to increase the visibility and impact of its standards to reach a wider audience that we start to be cooperating with our sister organization. We signed a MOU with Gulf Standards, African Organization Standards, and D8, and some OIC institution and international organization. Last December, we signed an MOU with IFAB. IFAB is our now one of the liaison organizations, sister organizations. We have United Nations organs like UNEC and UNIDO. We have our partners. Here we can see the halal quality infrastructure. Shortly, maybe Mr. Brother Zafer will mention. I just say shortly. In the right side, you are seeing the our responsibilities. We are responsible for all standards for the system. In the pyramid, we say that from the bottom to top, producers, certification bodies, accreditation bodies, and on the top, we have a new organization. IFHAB is for the mutual recognition. This was approved by the board in 2023 when we sent to OIC and OIC distributed to the all members. Here now the rule are clear. CIMIC's response to publish CIMIC standards to be used by halal certification bodies and accreditation bodies and develop halal certification schemes based on OIC standards. This is our roles. Accreditation bodies of the countries like HAC to initiate and conduct halal accreditation activities according to CIMIC 2 and other relevant conformity assessment standards. IFHAB will be establish a system based on the recognition acceptance of halal conformity assessment results issued by conformity assessment bodies accredited by IFHAB signatories and in accordance with the OIC standards. I think I finished my presentation. And once again, thank you, organizer, for inviting us. And inshallah, we'll be fruitful meeting conferences. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
İhsan Hocam çok teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ihsan. So far, all the participants, all the speakers have been really punctual. So they have been sticking to the time limit, which makes our job easier, of course. Indeed, in 2010, CIMIC standards, CIMIC was established, right? And afterwards, in 2012, in line with the CIMIC standards, the certifying body organization was put forward by Turkey, which is Turkish Standards Institute. So Turkish Standards Institute so far has been very nicely carrying out its activities and certifying. And the High Council of Religious Affairs is working with TSE, Turkish Standards Institute, very closely, both in the headquarters, centrally, and also in all the provincial organizations and also abroad even. So right now, strengthening the global quality infrastructure, the role of OIC CIMIC standards and TSE. So this presentation will be delivered by our next speaker, Dr. Metehan Çalış. I'd like to give you the floor, please. Since 2006, he has been working at TSE and currently in the same institution. He is the Technical Deputy Secretary General. The floor is yours. Turkish Standards Institute, over to you. The presentation is not ready yet. I think let me start in English first.
And I'm honored to have stage and speech on the first Congress of Helal Akreditasyon. So I will have a presentation in English, but my presentation will be in Turkish. First of all, I want to thank for the organizers and also for all the supporters of this organization. Değerli katılımcılar,
Dear participants, we are having this event for the first time, which is the first International Helal Akreditasyon Congress. So I'm really happy to be involved in this event, and I'm representing TSE. In the globalizing world, in the Helal Akreditasyon system, the trust, conformity, and mutual recognition need is growing bigger and bigger each day. And as you can see in the subsequent slides, the role of TSE in this ecosystem is very important. And together with the OIC CIMIC standards, what kind of a transparent and reliable contribution could be made to the system globally? So I will try to present this to you. So the first, look at the content of the presentation. We will talk about global. Actually, Mr. Minister also provided this information. What is the size of halal economy in the world? So also we have standardization related activities, education, training, certification, accreditation, and laboratory services, which is a must. So I will also have a slide on that. As you already know, all around the globe, more than 2 billion Muslims are creating or constituting a need for halal sector. There's such a market, and it's no longer a niche market. So, report, State of Global Islamic Economy 2024-2025 report. According to this, 5.3% of a growth annually is indicated, which is much beyond the normal growth figures, and $3.36 trillion 2028. So this is the projection. So the first thing that comes to our mind is food, actually, but our president from Lokman Hekim University also mentioned it's not only food. In all the other relative sectors, we're talking about halal, which makes the market even bigger. And Bakara chapter, and in the verses of that, it says that the substances in the world, eat the clean ones and halal ones, it instructs. So besides halal ones, the clean ones, the pure ones are also chosen and preferred according to this chapter. And here we understand that halal products, because they are linked to quality production, not only for Muslims actually, for non-Muslim communities as well, halal products are being preferred. So actually, what we're discussing here right now is not only relevant for Muslims anymore. So there's this dimension as well for the non-Muslims too. It is being preferred more and more. I mean, those products are preferred more and more. And this quick growth is accommodating some risks as well. Like what? Especially standards, certification systems, and regulatory approaches. There are differences between them, which constitutes barriers for trade. And also trust of consumers is also very important. So which ones should they choose? So which certification they should look for? Which standard they should be looking for? Therefore, there are some question marks in the minds of consumers as well. So with growth, compliance with and also a credible or reliable infrastructure is also a must. So at this point, SMIC and Helal Akreditasyon Agency is undertaking a very important role here between OIC member countries, standardization, methodology, and accreditation. So in order to ensure this unity in those fields, it's a duty, but there's also pressure created here because here with SMIC, there's a kitchen that you're creating per se. Why? Because with this platform, the stakeholders are mutually considering trade. Actually, they are trying to come up with a common language, and they would like to gather around a common benefit. So it's such a platform. And also, I would like to underline, and Mr. Ihsan already talked about this in his presentation, in the establishment of CIMIC, especially the role of TSE is also very important. And TSE's, Turkish Standards Institute, since the very beginning actually has been attaching great importance to this topic of halal, and it has been very strongly supporting since the very beginning. So halal standards in terms of overcoming barriers in trade and in terms of avoiding the repetitions or duplications of certification processes in order not to create any confusion for the consumers. This platform is very important, as you already mentioned. Therefore, creation of the joint standards and gathering around the same desk as all the members. This is very important, and ensuring mutual understanding and also beyond the borders as well, having mutual trust is very important. So TSE, actually, Mr. Ihsan talked about the technical committees, and through the technical committees, the standards are being prepared, as he already mentioned. And it's like cooking a dish, actually, as I mentioned. So in which committees the institute is taking part, and the standards that are introduced are seen here. I will not give you very specific numbers, but I would like to just say that both in some committees, we are both the president and secretary. Sometimes we are just the secretariat. And this year, semi-conformity assessment standards for conformity assessment committee. So our standard preparation center president and also the executive member, Akif Sesli, in the beginning of this year, undertook his role in that committee as well. So TSE's global halal system and infrastructure, in terms of shaping this as well, globally, TSE has a very important role. So not only about the preparation of the standards, about their nationalization and about making them accessible in the local market, we also have important works. So TSE is the national standardization body. So international recognized standards are nationalized by our institution as well. And we have Helal Mirror Committee, in which we are having a technical assessment, and afterwards, as a TSE, we are recognizing them. And for us, I mean, as TSE, so the standards that are published, I mean, at local level for the regulatory authorities or the certifying, but it is not only a guideline, actually, there is a common language which is also created here, thanks to this exercise. Here, there are some standards harmonized by TSE. Sometimes they are turned into certification. And we have TSE Diamond, Red Diamond brand of TSE. How is it overlapping with halal? You can see some examples here. So training is also important. It's one of the most important things. Why? Because with this opportunity provided by TSE and with those training activities, human resources development is also contributed. Why is this important? Because with these standards, we are not only preparing a certain infrastructure, but also for the producers with some basic or main trainings of halal production, for the companies in the food chain in terms of halal standards, certifying processes, and food safety standards. We are providing some basic information as well. So OIC CIMIC 34 standard. So on standard, we have halal food and cosmetics technical auditors and technical auditor candidate trainings that are delivered. And also regarding the Islamic works, there is an expert certification program as well. So according to CIMIC OIC main standards, according to some international recognized standards with the certification program, we are also providing some training related activities. So TSE, since the very beginning, since the establishment of CIMIC, it has been involved in the process, we said. Apart from that, since 2011, TSE has been working in the field of halal, but in 2019, it was the first conformity assessment body accredited by Helal Akreditasyon Agency, which continues still to be a pioneer in this respect. So we are not only setting the standards, also necessary accreditation is being provided, certification, training, and also all those services are provided by this one public entity. I will not go into details about this, but the professor already mentioned, and together with the Directorate of Religious Affairs, in the certification activities of TSE, we are working together. Actually, there's a very important cooperation at this point. So with the Directorate of Religious Affairs, there's a protocol that we signed as the institute, and with the technical auditors and with the experts of the directorate, we are having certain audits, and not only technical, but also according to Islamic principles as well. We are having those audits with the Directorate of Religious Affairs so that they are fully assured. And in terms of final decision making, TSE and Directorate officials are gathered in a joint committee in which we are taking the decisions. So the scope of current accreditation in TSE, there is a very broad coverage here. And as of February 2025, under CIMIC 6, with the catering companies and restaurants as well, we are now having a new standard. We have been accredited for a new standard as for the restaurants. So it's a chain that, as we already mentioned, one of the most important elements of this chain is laboratory infrastructure. And in Gebze, Kocaeli, and in Ankara, TSE has its laboratories, accredited food laboratories, and also in the field of halal as well, there are accredited food laboratories. So there is a routine data review, and also finally, until the decision reaches the commission, in this whole process, the experimental results are also gathered very broadly. So it's a full chain which is created here, a special alcohol analysis, and for the species identification, DNA-based tests and contamination and additives analysis, etc. So it's a very broad scope of services. There are two pyramids here. So one is standardization and the other one is accreditation. As you can see here, mainly TSE, both in terms of setting the standards and also in terms of the conformity assessment activities. We also have an accreditation. So we are like a foundation here for those pyramids. So this slide shows us the TSE in both areas is providing a common foundation here. So in terms of halal quality infrastructure, TSE has experience from national and international standardization. Also, it has its laboratories, technical experts, and also the halal standards are transferred to the standards created by CIMIC, and this way they ensure the reliability of the process with the Turk accreditation and other halal accreditations as well. So TSE is not only responsible for standardization accreditation and also accreditation processes that would pave the way for global accreditation exercise as well. So it's a very important junction point, I need to say, with its position. And the expected result of this accreditation is a globally recognized certification process. So my last slide, in conclusion. So we are always looking from bottom up in the pyramid. So we would like to complete this pyramid in all the processes. Therefore, in terms of ensuring this conformity, IFAP has a very important role to play. So between the accreditation bodies, this unity and mutual agreements and international recognition, if it could all be achieved by IFAP, this ecosystem would be much sounder and more organic growth would happen. STSE, so under CIMIC Halal Accreditation Agency, and also FAP. So we would like to increase our transparency. We would like to have a more sustainable and sound halal ecosystem. We will continue our support in this ecosystem as well. Thank you for your attention. Mr. Mehmet Kılıç, we would like to thank you for your explanation. Indeed, under OIC since 2010, there has been a very nice system which was created and to make produce standards, and our country, Turkish Standards Institute, used those standards to certify. In 2017, and this organization certified bodies was an agency, and even sir, this institution, which is called HAK in short, its inspection supervision became obligatory. So in our country, every single organization which gives certification goes through inspection by Helal Akreditasyon Agency. Same year, there was a higher institution which was established under OIC. HAK was established, which is an international certifying institution. So the country is a member organization of IFAP. They their activities. Now, halal accreditation in Turkey and under OIC, the mission of IFAP would be introduced by the next speaker. 4 years in the Ministry of Economy, he has had senior positions, and in 2018 to date, halal accreditation agencies executive has been. I'd like to give him the phone right now, who will be talking about the agency and also the mission of IFAP. Please.
Ne demek? Buyurun, buyurun.
Selamun Aleyküm. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all the participants, and I would like to Islamic Forum accreditation bodies, but most part from Turkey, permission, I mean, participants from abroad. With your permission, I would like to continue my presentation in Turkish. Şimdi oldu.
Welcome again. On behalf of myself and my institution, I would like to express my warmest greetings to all of you. Hopefully, this will be a fruitful and beneficial meeting, conference for all of us. Indeed, in the morning session during opening remarks, our Minister of Trade very well expressed some issues in detail. So if you allow me to use the time efficiently, I will be skipping some issues superficially. So the things I would like to mention here is IFAP and IFAP being operational and HAK in Turkey regarding this matter. So this makes us really happy with all our stakeholders. Hopefully, Helal Accreditation Bodies Islamic Forum will also be fully functional and consumers in the world will reach fully halal certified products. They will trust them and the trade will be facilitated more. And halal certificates will not be a barrier in trade, but a facilitator, hopefully. First, why halal certification? Because once upon a time, we were just slaughtering animals, or we were just dealing with food safety when it comes to halal. But now halal certification is more comprehensive, especially in food products. When it comes to the use of additives, it is more common at the moment. And transportation, logistics, foreign trade, so they are increasing day by day. And even in Muslim countries, if a product is produced, some inputs can be coming from non-Muslim countries. So international opportunities are increasing day by day, and especially logistics opportunities are increasing, and halal certificates are increasing accordingly. But of course, this bears some other problems. As I mentioned before, once upon a time, it was just about or related with food, but now it is also related with some other sectors or encompasses some other sectors, not just products, even service trade is a part of halal ecosystem. So what did we talk about? Halal trade is expanding, is developing, but there is a negative side of the topic, which is Muslim world, and unfortunately, does not have a conformed or harmonized accreditation system when it comes to halal. There are different certification bodies, different standards, different inspection systems, and before the consumers, these may create question marks. At the same time, the companies working in this field, their costs are increasing, and these may create some technical barriers in trade. But what is the solution to this? As Turkey, our stance is very clear. The solution to that is SMIC standards. SMIC, as you all know, it is an affiliated agency of OIC, Standards and Metrology Institute, mentioned by the Secretary General. I will not be going into the details of it, but as Turkey, our stance is having a harmonized standardization system so that we can solve the current problems. As you know, SMIC standards cover all Islamic world, regardless of sects or perspectives. And also, besides fiqh, it also encompasses technical things, so its legitimacy is very high in the globe. Of course, standardization should be there. It is one pillar of the business, but for these standards should also be implementable. And the most accurate solution is accreditation from the perspective of Turkey. Helal accreditation and its history in Turkey. And before haqs, duties, responsibilities, and activities, during the time of Ottoman Empire, the very first halal certification took place here on these soils in the year 1862. Ottoman Empire, in the Ottoman Empire, some artisans dealing with slaughtering and tanneries, they were dealing with these tannery activities and halal, and they went to the municipality to ask some questions, and with halal methods, halal animals, with halal methods, so their skins subject to tannery should be halal. So this was a rule put forward in 1862. So back then in the Ottoman Empire, when we look at the fatwa, which was issued, so it is really surprising because Qadis fatwa tells us that in the Ottoman soil, there is not just Muslims, but there are also non-Muslims. So there is no barrier for tanning non-Muslims' leathers or skins. So there is no need for a general ban, but there's a need for tahir stamp, and tahir stamp can be used by both Muslims and non-Muslims, or pure or clean means tahir. So it was left liberal for everyone. But here, the most important thing was consumers were being informed thanks to this fatwa, because consumers, when buying a product, were able to understand which kind of method was used for tanneries. So we say that this halal is going back 30, 40, 50 years. But when we look at this document from the time of Ottoman era, halal certification goes back to 150 years, we can say. But from those days to today, COMSEC's work, as a result of COMSEC's work and CIMIC's work, halal standards were formed in Turkey. Turkish Standards Institute implemented those standards, started issuing halal certificates, and then Helal Accreditation Agency was established. So standardization, certification, and accreditation pillars were fully functional, and halal quality infrastructure was fully formed. When we look at the structure in Turkey, halal certification is based on voluntariness. So this is in parallel with developments all over the world. In Turkey, halal standards are arbitrary. So people may use it, may not use it, may have it, may not have it. But I can say that in Turkey, halal certification, yes, it is arbitrary, but especially because our economy is open to abroad, so most of the enterprises in Turkey have halal certificate. And halal certification and standardization are arbitrary in Turkey, but accreditation is mandatory in Turkey. So if a certification body tells that I am going to issue halal certificate, then halal, they have to be authorized by HAK. They have to be accredited by HAK to give that certificates. So according to our regulating law, if bodies issue certificates without being accredited by us, they are subject to administrative fines. And this is the very first example of a body issuing administrative fines to non-accredited bodies. First, Helal Accreditation Agency does not produce any standards. We use CIMIC standards. We are not giving certificates. We are auditing standards, institutions giving certificates. We are not an authority of fatwa. Fatwas are being issued by the Presidency of Religious Affairs, High Board of Religious Affairs in Turkey, and Islamic Fiqh Academy, in accordance with their prospective standards, are formed, and we do use those standards. First, we do provide halal accreditation service. So we do inspect certification bodies and to decide if they are authorized or not. And one of the other biggest functions of us is trainings. Of course, when we talk about halal, everybody may talk about halal standards, but when it comes to its scientific and academic dimension, standards are prepared by CIMIC, and we do have a protocol with CIMIC, and we, in terms of training for CIMIC standards, we are authorized, and up until now, we have delivered more than 70 trainings for more than 35 countries, and we have trained more than 1,600 participants. And we gave their certificates in the end of our trainings. And other than trainings, of course, we are functional in the area of accreditation. And when we look at this accreditation, there are hundreds of accreditation bodies which approached us with their requests. And even with expansion of scope decisions, we have made more than 132 accreditation decisions. But we are not proud that we have accredited many bodies. The issue that we have to be proud of is the rejected applications, number of rejected applications. We have rejected more than 72 applications up until now because we have seen that certification bodies are not competent. Their labs are not competent. Their personnel, staff is not competent. And they do not have the necessary documentation system. And as a result of this, we rejected them. So our aim as HAK is not to increase the number of accreditations. Our aim is just to keep credible, trusted, competent bodies to be functional in this sector. So rather than the bodies we have accredited, we are proud of the bodies that we have rejected. I talked about training activities, and with our addressees, with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we do have, with their food and exports department, we do have a protocol, and our representative is here, and we do have a protocol with them. But with these cooperation protocols or MOUs, we were in relation, but we haven't got still any mutual recognitions. These are just cooperation protocols. Mutual recognition cannot happen via such protocols. We think that it can happen through IFHAP activities. Up until now, this is a summary of what I talked about up until now. First, we mostly dealt with food document accreditations or certificate accreditations, but now we also cover cosmetics, food, tourism, personnel certification labs. So in many different fields, we are active, we are functional. As CIMIC publishes its new standards, our area of activities is expanding. And lastly, I would like to talk about IFHAP system. OIC member countries authorized accreditation bodies are a member of this institution. After it's being functional, when IFAP is fully functional, not an ordinary certificate, an accredited halal certificate in a country, for it to be valid all over the world. We are working on such a system. It is based in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. As the Republic of Turkey, we have given full support and assistance to the structure to be fully functional. So some main documents are accepted, and soon the remaining main documents will be accepted and it will be fully functional. And we are inspecting certification bodies, but who will inspect us? IFAP will inspect us. So IFAP member countries will inspect each other or will make peer evaluation. So every country will inspect each other, audit each other, and the system members and their halal certificates will be automatically recognized. So internationally, these documents will circulate, and all actors with one single document will sell their products all over the world. The technical barriers will be lifted in trade. The trade will be facilitated, but most important of all, consumers all over the world will see the halal logos, halal symbols on the products, will trust them. So halal certificates will be more trusted and reputable. And I would like to express my gratitude for your patience and thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Zafer Soylu, Chairperson of HAK and member of IFAP Executive Committee. And now, so in the institutionalization of modern halal infrastructure, CIMIC, COMSEC, TSE, HAK, IFAP, their roles are very well explained thanks to all these presentations. Before closing our session, we will be also listening to Saudi Halal Center, which is based in Saudi Arabia. So, Saudi Halal Center presentation, and before introducing the presenter of this presentation, this Halal Center has an academy called Global Halal Academy. And it is understood that this academy is the information and knowledge hub of this Saudi Halal Center. So it is why it is established. And this academy will be introduced to us by Deputy CEO of the center, Dr. Yusuf Harbi. He is one of the founding directors of Saudi Arabia Pharmaceuticals Institution, and he worked a lot in this field. And now Yusuf El Harbi will talk about this Global Halal Academy and its activities.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I would like to thank you, Brother Zafar and HAK, for inviting Saudi Halal Center to participate in the first conference here for the international accreditation. So we are happy always to participate with our partner in Turkish. So today I would like to talk about, today, Alhamdulillah, we have heard many things regarding for the infrastructure for the halal, which is the first important thing is accreditation. So then we have also the other effort from our partners and our colleagues in the different agency from standards and from compliance and from the accreditation. So today I would like to focus on the different ways. So it's about the Global Halal Academy, which will be focused regarding something will touch the halal certification body and also for the exporter and also for the importer and the companies. So So the halal industry, actually, halal, it's not longer it's not anymore longer to be as a niche market. It's actually rapidly evolving in the global, and also it's increase also the number and also the value for the halal market. So that halal market, that's need to be all effort from many authorities around the world, or even in the OIC country, in order to support this halal market, from starting from the standards and also from the accreditation, and also for training people who is working with the halal. So we need to train people. We need expertise in the halal around the world in order to bridge the gap regarding to the between the industry and also between the authorities. So we have like three strategic parallel, which is first, today the halal sector, it's actually it's big around the world, and also it's a source for a new income, especially for the international and also for national. It's really a new opportunity for the market. And also the second things, we are enhancing the consumer confidence, which is this is first important for the halal consumer. So they need transparency for the halal and for the halal product. So, and the third thing, so we need to use the digital transformation. So in order by innovation and the smart oversight, so we are streaming across border halal trade. So the critical challenge today with the halal market, it's first the talent gap. Still, we have a challenge regarding the industry. They have a weakness in the human capacity who is working with the halal, and also the other things. It's about the training center who is provide like non-approved training for the people who is working with the halal, which is the result always for the people who is working with the halal, its weakness, and this is already have been seen from the accreditation team always during the audit. So we need also the ensuring the excellence. So we need to train the professional, which is necessary to maintain the highest international standards, and also this training, it should be include many sectors. It's not only for the food. It's pharmaceutical and the cosmetic and the other things that work with the halal. Also to make sure that empowering the ecosystem to build the human capability. And also we need to train the people regarding the global standards. So when we talk same language, it will be help us for future to unify these standards. So I'm happy to talk about the Global Halal Market, the Global Halal Academy. The Global Halal Academy, it's one of the initiatives by the Saudi Halal Center. It's from Saudi Halal Center to all the world who want to work or to use the technology and the scientific in order to increase the building capacity. So it's focused actually about the training and how can we have like people who's working with the halal with high training in the different sector based in the knowledge and the scientific. And this courses and academic, it's already accredited by the Islamic University in Medina Munawwara. So the vision for the Global Halal Academy, it's the global trusted academy in the building for the human capabilities in the halal sector, and also our mission to be a reference for the human capability building in the professional development in the halal industry, by using the technology, by using the scientific committee, and also by using by using the digital transformation. So we need to use the innovation, and we need to use the scientific, and also it's based in the standard which is based by the Islamic. So the Global Halal Academy, it's concentrate in the competency for the development and also for the specialized human capacity building and creating a new economic opportunity, innovation, digital transformation. So the Global Halal Academy, it's actually from the Saudi Arabia and also to have a partnership around the world. So what we did already, we have this the Global Halal Academy is to share with our partner in order to have one base of kind of training, and also we already have discussed with our partner. We discussed last year with Brother Hassan in the CIMIC, so to use this technology and to use the Global Halal Academy to be provide the training for the whole people. For example, we have different things for the education. We have a self-education, so that will be help the people and increase the awareness, and also training the package for the institute and the training the trainers. That means any training center around the world can be participate in the Global Halal Academy to use this package, and also to spread this knowledge and awareness for the halal. And also for the on-site training, it can be conducted even in the Islamic University in Medina Munawwara. And also we use the technology to make it easy for the people to spread this awareness for the halal and training by using virtual training. Expecting the benefit in the four things. First, to increase the employment opportunity. That means today we have like in a global companies around the world, they are always looking for some people who's already trained in the halal, because many global companies they want to convert from non-halal to halal products, so they need more people who's already trained for the halal. And also to spread the awareness and the knowledge about the halal, and it's already source for the income and ensuring the high safety for the standards. So the training field actually they have different training fields, which is around focusing about the restaurant for the halal, and also food and beverage, pharmaceuticals, slaughterhouses, and cosmetic, and even for the halal auditor, which is the freelancer for the halal auditor, and even for the certification bodies. So we offer like many courses, which is already linked for the other initiative for the Saudi Halal Center to increase the awareness, to increase the opportunity. That will be always help when we have like a good infrastructure for the accreditation, and we have a good standards, and for the and we have the authority they have a compliance, they have a good people for the compliance. So in this case, we need for the halal certification body to have trained people that will help all the authorities. So actually, it's not like Halal Academy. It's not only the training center, training center. It's like a link between the specialized in the halal and also for the halal market, to make sure that we will have safe product, and also we have future for guarantee that halal it's important for all of us. And thank you very much.
I would like to thank Dr. Yusuf Al-Harbi. This is the end of our presentations. Actually, we started a little bit late, therefore we have a 15-minute delay. But anyways, if there's a very urgent and important question that you would like to raise from the participants, we can answer. So it could be maximum 1 or 2 questions that we can answer. If not, I would like to conclude this session. So there's no hand raised, so I would like to thank you. There are 2 things I would like to point at, and this will be the end of the session then. So as you already know, we have the Organization of Turkic States, and we have a fatwa delegation there. So when we are carrying out activities in February, we were in Uzbekistan, and they are our friends from Kyrgyzstan. So in the field of halal food, they asked for cooperation. They requested cooperation with the High Council of Religious Affairs in Turkey. And we told them there that there's CIMIC, there's IFAB, HAK, and you and Mr. Mete, we linked you. And I'm here. I have seen my colleagues, friends who have been trained about this. So I'm really happy. I'd like to thank you for your efforts, and hopefully Turkestan, we will be even disseminating our activities with Turkestan. And also as the High Council of Religious Affairs, both with Turkish Standards Institute and with HAK, and also OIC FIC Council and SMIC. So we are always working with them, and we will always support their works as the Religious Affairs High Council. So in this context, lastly, I also thank Mr. Selçuk Koç, İhsan Öğüt, and Dr. Medahan Çalış, Zafer Soylu, and Dr. Yusuf El-Harbi. I would like to thank you all. This is the end of our session.
Gotcha.
We cannot receive the sound. So he will be presenting the certificates to our speakers. I would like to kindly invite you on stage, please.
Çok teşekkür ediyoruz tüm
We would like to thank all the participants. Dear guests, we will have a 15-minute break. And after the break, we will continue with the second session.
Puanımızı verimli kullanabilmek adına
In a couple of minutes, we will resume. Thank you very much for your attention. Dear guests, we would like to kindly request you to take your places, seats in the room, to use the time efficiently. We invite you back in the room very quickly.
Ses kontrol 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sizin ses kontrol 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
test prova. Muhterem hocalarım,
Esteemed academicians and speakers, distinguished guests, welcome to the second session of First International Halal Accreditation Congress. During this session, we'll be talking about the concept of halal consumption, risks, opportunities, and intentions. First of all, I would like to invite our panelists, Professor at the Faculty of Theology, Bursa Uludağ University, and also Chief Imam of the Hagia Sophia Mosque, Professor Mehmet Emin Ay, member of the High Council of Religious Affairs, Associate Professor Mustafa Çakır, representative of TOBB and founding president of SMEC Tahir Büyükhelvacıgil, and Director of Agency for Halal Quality Certification, Dr. Demir Ali Hozic. Can you kindly take your seats? And this session will be moderated by Professor Murat Şimşek from Marmara University. Distinguished professors, dear guests, I am starting the second session of the First International Halal Accreditation Congress. Inshallah, during this session, we'll be discussing some sector-related and academic issues with very valuable presenter professors. First of all, I would like that this Congress will bring blessings to all of us. And I would like to thank the organizers, HAK, and contributive ministries and all related institutions. And during this session, inshallah, so this is one of the sector sessions of this Congress. And of course, I will be introducing the presenters according to the list I'm given. And according to that order, we'll be listening to their presentations. Firstly, Professor Mehmet Emin Ay from Bursa Uludağ University, professor at the Faculty of Theology and also Chief Imam of Hagia Sophia Mosque. Professor Mehmet Emin Ay, as I mentioned, will be given the floor, and he will talk about the role and importance of consumer ethics in halal shopping. Indeed, our Prophet Muhammad is a tradesman, so he has a study on our Prophet Muhammad being a tradesman, so he will be presenting at the moment. Thank you very much, Professor. Before my presentation, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers, to the President of the Congress for this international Congress, and also to our international guests and to all valuable guests and participants. Hopefully it will bring blessings to all of us. So, when we look at today's world, regarding the importance of consumption ethics, to talk about consumption ethics, indeed, to diagnose a problem, we need to talk about some issues. And for that reason, in today's world, consumption is not just a cultural activity, economic activity, it's also cultural, psychological, and ideological. And this transformation makes us interrogate the moral foundations of consumption behaviors, and it is mandatory to come up with some new consumption perceptions. When we talk about modern age, economic systems are going through some deep-rooted changes, and individuals, in terms of their relations with the world, it is being reshaped. So it is such a era. And one of the most apparent indicators of this transformation is consumption is not just an economic activity, it is also cultural, it is also psychological, and it is also existential. At the moment, in our day, consumption is not just to meet the needs of the individuals, it is a search for meaning, and it is about construction of a persona. So it is a very central element to all of these. And modern consumption culture, one of its important dimensions is the search of meaning of the individuals. So with the impact of secularism, traditional value systems weakened, and individuals started to seek for new references to find a meaning. Consumption gives us a temporary satisfaction in the search, but this satisfaction mostly did not produce a permanent meaning. And recently, modern consumption culture in individuals continuously is creating vicious in individuals, but the concept of need is being continuously expanded by consumption. But in this structure, individual is not just a consuming creature, it is also a subject expressing herself or himself with this. Advertisements, media, and digital platforms are shaping this process. And in this process, what is consumed by individuals? This is not just economic. This is also a moral problem to be responded to. So advertisement, indeed, is deeming everyone as equal addressees, even if this is not the case in reality, and it gives a message of you are very special, you're worth it, you are worth it, you deserve the best of everything. So why do you just remain with less? So do not refrain from your liberty. So it is like making the individualism holy and makes people to see themselves very special. But indeed, this situation keeps individuals in a continuous consumption cycle and continuously produces more vicious. But indeed, within the realities of life, individuals, because they cannot find what they are wishing for, they are facing bottlenecks and problems. So in terms of the social results of this issue, overconsumption, environmental destruction, and inequalities in the income. So such problems are being created by this transformation. So in this context, the concept of consumption is subject to an ethical examination and evaluation. It is such an area, especially the concept of waste. To discuss the modern ethical dimension of consumption behaviors, it is very important because in traditional moral understandings, it is important to be moderate, and it is important to be content, but new consumption behaviors are undermining these concepts. So individuals, their relation with themselves and with the world, these creates new tensions. So the aim of our presentation is to talk about consumer ethics. By examining it, we will be coming up with some findings, and this concept in terms of halal shopping on individuals and community, what is its role and importance? So we will try to put forward this during this presentation. Consumption, ethics, and halal shopping concepts. So I will be talking about these shortly. The concept of consumption. It means that anything produced is being decreased or eliminating it. So it starts with producing and then destroying. For example, soil, vegetation cover, using them are also consumption activities. For that reason, all in accordance with the needs of all living creatures, of course, they can be used, wasted. So anything being wasted or used mean consumption. So consumption covers accommodation, nutrition, transportation, textiles, durable goods, cleaning materials, entertainment, and luxurious consumption. Consumption is the ultimate goal of production with a capitalist perspective. And in economic terms, growth is subject to consumption. And I would like to emphasize that religion of Islam is motivating, promoting needs-based consumption. But in our day, there is a wish-based consumption. Sociologist Sigmund Bauman says that modern society transformed into a society of consumption, he says, and individuals do express themselves or define themselves through consumption. And when we come to the concept of ethics, this is very important. Our personality it is related with a character, an educatable part of our personality. Personality comes from our nature, from our birth, and it is related with our temperaments and habits. But we later acquire character, which is related with ethics and morality. So morality or ethics with education can be processed positively or negatively. It is developable, it is changeable, and it has such characteristics. In our world, trade ethics, academic ethics, sports ethics, arts ethics, war ethics concepts can be seen, and similarly, a consumption or consumer ethics should also be available. And this concept indeed should, in Islam religion, it aims at the happiness of human beings in this world and in the other world. So from the very beginning, this exists in Islam. But consumption ethics foreseen by Islam foresees a balanced consumption, fair share, and the awareness of responsibility. And if world is lived in this sensitivity, then this will contribute to the eternal happiness of the person in the other world. So this is an understanding specific to Islam. And halal consumption or halal shopping, I would like to talk about this also. Islam defines some legal and ethic rules, and it is straight within the borders of Islamic rules. And in these shoppings or buyings or sellings, interest shouldn't be available or any deception shouldn't be there. And in accordance with that, transparent and mutual consent should be the basis of halal shopping. So it makes it unique. And based on these concepts, I've given the definitions, and I will proceed with the last part, which is the role and importance of consumption ethics in halal shopping. Distinguished participants, as you all know, humankind biologically to pursue their lives are in need of nutrition. But Islam, when meeting this need of human beings, says that the nutrients should be halal and clean. Before lunch, very important participants talked about some verses talking about this. And verses about this tell us that this is not just for Muslims, but all people. So these are good recommendations to everybody. And verses indeed start with all mankind, not just all Muslims. But Islam in this area seeks for in nutrition-related shoppings and also in every eating and drinking behaviors, including time. For everything consumable, Allah says that waste is haram. And if it's not paid attention to, because it is going beyond the borders, may make people make some mistakes. For that reason, in consumption ethics, the very apparent behavior should be no waste and moderate spending. And in the recent couple of days, last week, in the newspapers, I would like to share information given in the newspapers. Every year, food produced in the world, 1/3 of it, so 1.3 billion tons of it is being wasted. And these wasted food, 61% of them are happening at the household level. So in the families, in the households, so they are wasting 2/3 of our food. And in Turkey, in our country, bread waste every day is like 12 million loaves of bread is going to waste. And yearly this makes 4.3 billion loaves of bread being wasted. If we just save 5% from this waste, 900,000 can depend on it in terms of their income. And here, the religion of Islam, if consumption ethics are fed by Islamic rules, then we can prevent waste. And it can be the biggest barrier vis-a-vis waste. And I would like to conclude with, in our culture, says that there is the persecution of haram, but there is the calculation of halal. So we can say that religion of Islam does not see consumption as an unlimited liberty, but it says that it's an action to be evaluated within the borders of moral or ethics responsibility. And it has to be moderate, it has to be balanced, so that our life, this life, world life, can make us gain our afterlife. And I don't want to exceed my time limit here, and I do not want to steal the times of the other presenters. And I would like to conclude my presentation here. And these presentations, of course, will be published as a book of this Congress. And you can read the footnotes of our presentations from that book too. Thank you very much for your attention.
Sayın Profesör Doktor Mehmet
Professor Dr. Mehmet Emin Ay, we would like to thank you for this nice presentation and for the findings that he shared about the waste and the consumption understanding of Islam and its link to ethics. And also, you use time very wisely. I would like to thank you for this as well. Now, I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, High Council of Religious Affairs. There will be a member of that council, and for long years he has worked in this institution. The associate professor Mustafa Çakır. I would like to give you the floor, who will be presenting on the activities of the High Council of Religious Affairs in the field of halal products and services. The floor is yours. Thank you, moderator. Distinguished participants of the Congress, and my regards to all of you. In allocated for my speech, hopefully I will be able to present the activities and services of our institution in the halal sector. I will try to stick to the time. So the High Council of Religious Affairs, as you know, is the highest level decision and consultation organ of the institution. So enlightening the society in terms of religion and also building the society, maintaining the society. So this is the target and the ideal. So an important area in this field for us is the halal product area. So together with the General Directorate of Religious Affairs, this High Council of Religious Affairs are together following up the developments. So the scientific dimension of this field is mostly followed by the High Council of Religious Affairs. And the High Council of Religious Affairs they have their commissions of specialization or specialized commissions with which they are carrying out their activities. So we have 6 of those commissions, and there are some sub-areas, like approximately 34 sub-areas under the responsibility of them. And there are 34 main areas, and out of them, under them, there are more than a total of 100 sub-areas. So halal product and services. So the services in this field are under the Economic Life and Health Commission's responsibility. There are 3 main working groups created under this, which is finance, medicine, and halal products and services. And there are 8 sub-areas. So the responsible member of those main fields, and also there are experts, assistant experts in the council who are all following the field. So both development of the acquis of the institution and also following up the developments on the field and responding to the applications, scientific meetings, trainings, awareness raising activities, and relations with the stakeholder organizations. So a lot of services as such are under this main working group. Under our organization, in terms of religious information, the decisions of the council is decisive. They create a principle. Therefore, in order to have a common view on certain matters, the High Council of Religious Affairs are producing decisions on certain religious affairs. According to our system records, there are 92 decisions that have been taken so far. There are frequently asked questions that are published on our website, and this is how we are trying to inform our citizens. And there are fatwa activities in the form of decisions that are going on, and we are trying to increase the number further with our activities. So the questions referred to us, of course, to the High Council of Religious Affairs, almost about all the fields that are really important. Flow of questions that we are receiving, actually. We are trying to respond to their needs of receiving information. There are some religious references that we are trying to make. We are trying to enlighten our society, and we are trying to prevent any abuse in this respect. To this end, in addition to normal communication channels, we also have different channels for them to more comfortably reach out to us. We have e-government gateway and our web page that they can use in order to ask their questions in writing, apart from the petitions and the emails. And also directly we have 190, the Fatwa hotline, in which the questions are answered, and in coordination with our council, the service is being delivered. Here, statistically, the halal product and services. So regarding this field, regarding the questions that are referred to our institutions, I would like to share some information. In 2025, more than 33,000 questions in writing were responded regarding all the fields, and 505 of them are about halal products and services, according to our findings. And in the last 10 years, when we look at the number of questions received in the last decade, 433,000, more than actually this number of questions have been answered in writing, and 6,748 of them are regarding the halal services and products. As I mentioned in the beginning, there are 34 main areas, main fields, and under each of them there are 3 to 5 or even more sub areas. In this respect, maybe 1 or 2% cumulatively, I mean, amongst all the number of questions, it may seem less or little, but anyways, it's also important. So we reduced to 33,000. I mean, it used to be 60,000 questions in the past. And the main reason here is that there's a very well advanced 190 hotline that we established in 2021. Since that, with the IP integrated hotline, under the coordination of our institution, those questions are answered. When it was disseminated, the number of written questions reduced naturally, and every day 5,000 to 6,000 questions are being answered on this channel. And in Ramadan, it went up to 18,000. But still, there's no sound statistics that we can derive from here yet. But the majority of the questions referred to that is regarding halal products and services, as we can mention. So when we look at the general content of the questions, I had a categorization myself regarding the questions. I cannot give you all the questions in details here, but when we look at the main areas where there's a concentration of questions, the food, cosmetics, certification, and a lot of different fields actually. In fact, almost everything in implementation or application, regarding anything, there are definitely questions that are referred to our institution. So maybe in terms of its relevance with the theme of this Congress, the importance of certification and accreditation services could be underlined here. So only about certification, there's a concentration of questions. And when we look at the main themes under the certification, regarding the consumption of the products with no halal certificates, for instance, there are some questions in the community, and also credibility of the halal certificates in the market. There are different names under which there are halal logos and certificates. Therefore, their reliability could be questioned sometimes. To what extent halal logo products are reflecting real halal, and the different faith systems, religion systems that have their own criteria, like kosher, for instance. So there are different certification as such. So for Muslims, what is its relation to Muslims? I mean, there are such questions, and abroad as well, there are similar questions referred to us from abroad, I need to say. Another service area, the High Council of Religious Affairs do not only answer the religious questions and issue fatwa. Actually, amongst public, it's known for this purpose, but there are a lot of different headings or titles under which we are trying to deliver services, to be frank. So in terms of the current religious affairs, consultation is of utmost importance for us. So continuously regarding those topics in those areas, we always have consultation meetings. It's a tradition that we have always had, actually. And halal products and services since 2011, especially in the context of scientific meetings. We are attaching even more importance to that. We may be stakeholders in some meetings, just like this Congress, for instance. We are trying to contribute in different meetings. And again, in our country, the meetings that are organized in this matter. So with our experts, personnel, members, we are participating in such events to support further. And also, we have another working area, which is there are some academic studies that are conducted in our council. There are theses of expertise since 2012. 55 of them actually have been developed, theses or dissertation. So in those theses, halal food, halal products, services, so their needs are considered. And in this area, there are some thesis activities as well. And again, abroad, in terms of meeting the need of institutions in terms of the qualified personnel, there are some postgraduate thesis activities as well. And also in the field of halal food, there's a thesis which is developed. And also relations with the relevant organizations. We have close relations to them, especially TSE and HAK, as mentioned in the morning. Since 2013, together with Turkish Standards Institute, and also since 2023, we have been working with Helal Accreditation Agency. We have had some joint activities in the certification committees. We are gathering and also contributing to the halal certification activities, and likewise some on-site audits regarding halal conformity assessment organizations. And again, there are some consultation and coordination meetings that are held that we are participating and contributing to. And likewise, there are some training programs that we are also trying to contribute to. Also, we have training and awareness raising activities within the institution. For the personnel providing religious services, we have seminars, training programs in the provincial organization as well. Directly, I mean the personnel that are directly working with the community are being trained. And also in order to increase the halal sensitivity or the awareness of the society, there are some conferences that we are organizing. There are some TV programs that we are broadcasting. So regarding this area, we are also raising awareness this way. In conclusion, so in the light of correct religious references, we would like to enlighten our society in order to prevent any abuse in this field. We are having all these efforts with our commissions and with the main areas and sub areas that we have created. And one of them is halal food. So we have the same sensitivity and awareness in this area as well. We are trying to sustain our services this way in the framework of the means that we have. Besides religious information, we are also trying to contribute to academic information management. And also we are acting in coordination with the relevant organizations. And we are trying to develop further the rooms for cooperation. And also in terms of raising awareness within the society, we are undertaking responsibility and we are doing whatever we can. So in a nutshell, this is what I would like to say. Thanks for your attention. We would like to thank our representative from the High Council of Religious Affairs, Associate Professor Mustafa Çakır. We would like to thank you for your presentation. You have informed us about the activities of the Council in this respect. So when we say halal, of course, the Presidency of Religious Affairs is a very important institution. So they are included in this governance structure. I call it halal governance with its new name. So halal governance, there are at least 3 organizations important for that. The first one is the Presidency of Religious Affairs in our country. So thank you once again. Now, of course, I'm actually an acting moderator here. Professor Dal, my friend Abdurrahman Candan was going to be the moderator, but because of an urgency, I was given this responsibility. However, when I saw, I'm used to the academicians, professors. When I saw Mr. Tahir, I was afraid how to manage it actually, but he comforted us when I talked to him. So I'd like to thank you for that. So I was sent some CVs in order to introduce the professors. And introducing Mr. Tahir, it's not my place to introduce him. I just can say that in our country, the establishment of CEMEC happened in his office, actually, in term. And in our country, both in terms of certification and accreditation, indeed, there are really important services that he has delivered. Without further ado, I would like to give him the floor to present Helal Economic Accreditation and Production Perspective and Turkey. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your kind words, first of all, Mustafa and Mehmet. Thank you very much for your good presentations. Distinguished participants, I would like to express my warmest regards to you on behalf of TOBB, the biggest NGO of Turkey. The concept of halal is not just about consumption choices. Today, halal is about trusted production, quality assurance, transparency, and traceable supply chains. Food, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, tourism, finance like sectors are encompassed by halal economy, and today it has a worth of billions of dollars, and this growth for countries creates new trade opportunities and new production ecosystems. At this very point, creating international standards and disseminating them are of vital importance. And in this field, one of the leading institutions is CIMIC, and its standards are very important for halal economy globally and for them to be trusted and sustainable and to grow in this manner. Turkey, with its strong production infrastructure and with its strategic geographical position, has an important potential in halal sectors. Europe, Middle East, Africa, Central Asia. So Turkey is cross-cutting all these markets with its developed industry infrastructure, with its dynamic entrepreneurs, and with its strong SME system. It is a very important production hub. I am honored to represent TOBB, and it is functional all over Turkey, covering 360 chambers and stock exchanges, commodity exchanges. So production, trade, and industry are followed by us, and we are working for our producers to be stronger in global markets. For the development of halal sectors, just production capacity is not enough. At the same time, it needs strong standards, certification, and accreditation infrastructure. It is of critical importance. Turkey, in these terms, in the recent years, had a very important institutional structuring. Helal Akreditasyon Agency and is accrediting halal conformity bodies so that it is increasing the national trustworthiness of the system, and TSC in terms of implementing halal certificates and in certification processes assumes very important duties. Distinguished participants, thanks to this institutional structure, halal production in Turkey is not just about certification, it is also standard-based. It is also supported with audit mechanisms which are standards-based, and it is internationally accepted. So it is a very reliable infrastructure. In terms of producers, in the development of halal sector, there are some important matters, especially certification systems in different countries and their diversification create some commercial barriers and technical barriers. But as we saw in Zafer Bey's presentation, with IFAP being fully functional, we will overcome these problems. Dissemination of halal standards is important, but mutual recognition of certifications and harmonization of accreditation systems are also very important. And our producers' main expectation is trustworthy, transparent, and internationally recognized system. So thanks to this, halal products being on global markets and circulating easily on global markets. So this Congress happening here today will contribute to the mutual relations between countries and will create a common standards understanding. It is a great opportunity for these two. Future of halal economy is not just about production capacity, it is about reliability, traceability, and sustainability principles. Digital technologies and with their advancements, transparency in supply chains is growing and international collaborations are strengthening. And these developments will be strengthening halal sector and will make it grow in the future. In Turkey, with our strong infrastructure, with entrepreneurial system, and with our developing system, we will be one of the trustworthy partners of halal sector and producer standards bodies and accreditation bodies. So as we strengthen the relations between these three, halal sector, halal economy will be very influential in global arena. So before Zafer Bey, Hak, and Ministry of Trade, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of this Congress. Especially a special thanks will go to Mr. Rifat Sarjikloğlu, the president of TOBB, because thanks to him, between the years of 27 and 11, I was the head of TSE, Turkish Standards Institute, and İhsan Ümit, the head of SMIC at the moment, was the Foreign Relations Department head of TSE, and SMIC is one of our good works. Especially for SMIC, I would like to express my gratitude to him for his services. He was an army on his own, so we had very challenging meetings. We had problems with Iran. We had some different perspectives from Malaysia, and Prime Minister or the Foreign Minister was Davutoğlu back then, and we went to Malaysia to find solutions, and we did very good things with İhsan. And one of the great services of İhsan is one of the conditions for Turkey to become a member of EU is Turkish Standards Institute becoming the full member of European Standards Institute. And we looked at that process, and Croatia was in the negotiations process, and Croatia was accepted as a full member by the EU. And when this was the case, we said, this is happening, so why we are not accepted, we asked. And again, together with İhsan, together with some other colleagues, one night we went to negotiations in France, Germany, and Netherlands. And on behalf of Turkish Standards Institute, we should be proud of it. And I was very proud to work under that umbrella too. So I think it was 2010. A technical delegation came to Turkey for 15 to 20 days to inspect, to evaluate Turkish Standards Institute. And then we asked, how did you find? Hopefully we qualified. He said that we cannot disclose it, but European Standards Institute should learn from Turkish Standards Institute, he said. So from the very day of its establishment, there's an anecdote there too. Our very first president of Turkish Standards Institute, Faruk Bey was the first head president, and he has become the member of Global Standards Institute's board. And it is a very strong institution for our country. So I would like to mention all the former presidents, late presidents, and current president. And I thank you very much for giving me the floor to talk here today on behalf of myself and also my institution, TOBB. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Tahir Büyükekil, for this good presentation. And he refreshed our memories, institutional memories. And regarding the heading, I would like to recall an anecdote. Halal economy concept, as mentioned by Tahir Bey, it is very important. So to put it in the global literature, with one of my students, we worked on a thesis, but professors objected to it. Islam economy should be there, not halal economy. But alhamdulillah, minister one day used the concept of halal economy, and you use this as a title. So this concept is legitimate in politics and also in economics. And in Marmara University, I am lecturing halal economy based on real economy. And I'm talking about standards, accreditation. So we are lecturing about these to our students. So because of the title of the presentation of Tahir, I recalled this anecdote, and I wanted to mention it. And the very last presentation will be delivered by the director of Agency for Halal Quality Certification of Bosnia-Herzegovina, Dr. Damir Alihozic, will have the floor, and he will talk about halal beyond borders, mapping the reach of halal products in Europe. Now the floor is yours, sirs.
My congratulations and gratitude for organization and to invitation to be part of this accreditation congress. Yes, thank you. So I will talk about a little bit to share some information about halal in Europe, about halal products in Europe, availability halal products in Europe, about halal standardization and how can I say certification in Europe continent. So this is only one overview or content of this presentation. So I will continue. Most important is and the main goal of this presentation is to understand the landscape of halal certified product in Europe markets and a little bit more about regulatory frameworks and the use of halal standards and certification pathways in Europe, what we have. Yeah, when we see Europe, some information about Europe, we can say that in Europe there is around 445 million inhabitants in Europe continents. We can say that we have in Europe 44 independent countries with on Europe continent. But however, in Europe we have EU member states country, we have European Union, and we have European Union member states and countries, and that countries are numbering 27. And we have non-European Union countries. It is 17 countries from non-European Union from different reasons they are not in European Union. And of course, 7 countries are candidates from that 17 that they are candidates and they are seeking EU membership to be part of European Union. Yes, we can say that Europe represents diverse market with significant Muslim population, and they are demanding halal certified products, especially in Europe, because they are not a majority Muslim country and halal products are not so available. So we have to take care about that. When we look, because of some regulation and legislation, we have EU countries and non-EU countries and different type of legislation and regulation EU and non-EU countries. And yes, European Union members countries, they apply, and all of them, they have to, and the mandatory is to apply the harmonized legal framework for food safety. When I said food safety, I mean for all type of products, cosmetics, and any type of products. But yes, focus here is on this presentation is for food, but for everything it is important and non-food. Yeah, for example, food law is harmonized in all EU countries, and all of EU countries have to accept requirements from that law and general food safety regulation and many others law and regulation directives. Non-EU countries, European nations outside of the EU, they have own regulatory system, but mostly that regulatory system is aligned with EU standards just because of trade purposes. Yes, national food safety. We are in Herzegovina. We have our law food, but we have to align that law food with the European Union law food because of, especially if we want to export in European Union countries. So almost, especially because we are candidate for EU membership, so we have to align almost all regulation and legislation in for EU countries. When we talk about halal framework and regulation in halal in Europe, especially you are here in Turkey, you know that except Turkey, any in Turkey, I know that you have some rule, some law and rule book about halal, but you know better than me about this information. But for other countries, even in Bosnia, as a majority Muslim country, we don't have any law, any regulation. When we talk about experience in food quality, we can say that food producers in Europe countries, they have very long standing experience in implementing international standards that ensure food quality, food safety, and traceability. Yes, we can say that all European producers, they have high quality products, and it is very easy when you have implemented all of this country, all certification bodies and all people who take care about standardization, certification, and implement. If you implementing some standards, it is very easily to implement another standard because they are very often they are similar, but yeah, of course, there is specific for every standards. And the most commonly implemented system is HACCP, ISO 22000, IFS food standard, BRC standard, global GAP, good agricultural practice for agricultural products, and EU GMP, especially in pharmaceutical products. EU GMP is very important. Yes, when we talk about halal standard in SEN already, Professor mentioned that European Standard Committee for Standardization, that we don't have any halal standard. There was initiative, I think 10 years ago, there was one initiative to organize and to develop some halal standard on level for Institute for Standardization of European Union, as a SEN. And at that time, they canceled that initiative. So I can say that we, as a country from Bosnia and Herzegovina, we developed halal standard as a national halal standard and registered in Institute for Standardization of Bosnia and Herzegovina. It was registered in 2007. First edition was in 2007. And most important, is very important to mention that it was only halal standard for food. Even now, we have only halal standard for food in Bosnia and Herzegovina, not other standards like tourism, like pharmaceutical, cosmetic, and the other. Only for food, it is present there. And the first issue in 2007. And very important to mention that this standard is aligned with OIC CIMIC standard second edition in 2010. It was aligned with the requirement CIMIC standard for food. And of course, the third edition in 2023 is aligned with the OIC CIMIC 1 edition from 2019, I think, yeah, the last one. And the Croatian Institute for Standardization, they adopted this standard and registered as a national standard in Croatia, and they adopt our standard BES 1049 as a Croatian standards. And we are using that standards only in our region, in Bosnia and Herzegovina and neighbor country like Croatia, Serbia, Montenegro, Slovenia, and also when needed in some European countries, if it possible, if it needed. When we talk about certification and practice in Europe, we have approximately around 50 halal certification bodies in Europe today. It's around 50. I'm not sure. Is it correct information? But we can say around 50. And the number of only 25 of them are accredited and recognized by any of certification and any accreditation on recognition body. And we have, when we see, yes, we have very transparent information from all accreditation bodies for beginning from HAC to AIAC and JAC, etc. They have every information about every certification body. Is it accredited or not accredited? Actually, it is accredited. They will be on their list on the accreditation web page. And most of accreditation body operate in Europe is HAC, GAC, SAC, JACIM, AIAC, for example, JACIM as a recognition body, not accreditation body. BPGPH, as I know that they don't have accreditation, they have recognition, and MUIS as well, etc. So unfortunately, we have significant number of halal certification body are neither accredited or reliable, and they are issuing halal certificate without verification process. Sorry. I thought my time is expired for the presentation.
No problem.
Okay. I will finish. Halal standard we are using, as I mentioned, BES, our standard for Bosnia and Herzegovina, OIC CIMIC standard, mostly using for halal food and cosmetic tourism, etc. Yes, we have to use some GSO standard because of accreditation body, they are requiring to use it, and the halal food from Malaysia and from Indonesia standard they used in Europe, and yeah, they are used in Europe for certification. Key reason that we need halal products in Europe, that the consumer trust, yes, we need it, and we have consumer trust in transparency in halal, especially halal certification, because they are assuring clear labeling and builds confidence among consumer about product authenticity. Market expansion opportunities there because the halal products appeal not only to Muslim but also to non-Muslim consumers who associate with halal quality, hygiene, and ethical standards we already mentioned about Taib, etc. Yes, regulatory and trade requirements are is important, especially because exporters and producers for exporting country, they targeting European markets often need halal certification to meet import regulation and access diverse consumer. Yes, the halal industry in Europe is growing, and this is growing around. There is some information from that it will be in next 2 years. It will grow plus $35 billion in next 2 years, and I take this information from Technavio report, and it is very important to mention that Europe is an active and responsible contributor to the global halal system and the global halal ecosystem. We have to strengthen European platform. We have to improve European halal. We, as an agency for halal quality certification and Islamic community in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we started with the European Halal Congress, and this year, inshallah, it will be 4 times that we are organizing this European Halal Congress, and it is very important that very often from abroad we can hear that Bosnia and Herzegovina can be bridge between Europe and between OIC countries, not only in market, not only in political aspect, but also in a halal aspect can be bridge between those countries. What the drivers and trends are there, because Muslim population in Europe is rising, increasing awareness of halal food thanks to especially for modern information and social media, globalization of food industry, because globalization of food trends, because growth of organized retail sectors, introducing of blockchain in the halal food sector, etc. What is the challenge? I can, from three of this, I can say that lack of globally accepted regulatory standards for halal certification. In conclusion, we can mention and we can say that halal industry in Europe is growing steadily at an annual rate of around 3.2%, despite the region is not being majority Muslim. Many European companies export their products to OIC countries, strengthening international and halal market integration, of course. European food producers are recognized among the highest quality worldwide products, thanks to strict enforcement of legal regulation and consistent application on food standards. We know that in Europe, regulations are very strict and very have to be implemented in all type. And since European producers have extensive experience in implementing food safety standards, they can easily adopt halal standards where, of course, it's applicable. Of course, not in alcoholic company, it is not possible to implement our standards. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damir. Efendim bütün konuşma.
So I would like to thank all the speakers, and we have run out of time. We already have a delay, therefore I would like to close the session because there are some professors who need to leave as well. I would like to thank everybody listening, all the participants. Thank you. We cannot.
Thank you very much for this fruitful session. It was good to have you here. So just 5 minutes break, and during the last session we'll be together here again.
Kıymetli konuklar, değerli misafirler, 3. oturum için sizleri bekliyoruz salonumuza.
So we are waiting for you for the last session. We have our participants who already took their seats, but outside there are people who are still drinking tea and coffee and chatting, so we are waiting for them here. So it's 5:30 and still we have another session waiting. Let's be quick. Use time efficiently. So for the third session, so there are still people waiting here. They're already here. So please come in quickly so that we can start. And even actually, we can start. We can already invite the panelists. Is everybody here? Are speakers ready? Miss Ülkü, Miss Sina. Yes, Miss Sina, Miss Ülkü. Or sorry, Mr. Ülkü. Sorry, my apologies. We also have Şanlık Bonhaler and Yasin Zülfikarlı. You. Dear guests, when you're taking your seats, I'd like to give the floor to the speakers. Invite them on stage. Best bir Secretary General, Professor Dr. Ahmet Ergün. I'd like to invite you on stage, please. Türkiye'nin bir President Ülkü Karakuş. Turklaf Board of Directors member and Chair of the Food Committee, Sinan Çokçu. Thailand Halal Business Center Advisory Şehristan. Ranut Bonmanert and CIMIC expert Yasin Zülfikaroğlu. With your applause, please. They're taking their seats. Thank you.
Tamam. Tekrar baştan alıyorum o zaman. Ben Yasin
I'm Yasin Zülfikaroğlu from the Meteorology Institute. I'm an expert for the last 12 years. Standard Preparation Department. So I'm in the kitchen of this work, and today's session will be hosting really important speakers. So as the moderator, I looked at their background, and they will share really important information with us. So regarding the theme, the topic, I can say that it's the white meat sector that they will be addressing in their presentations, and likewise, one of the factors of this would be feeds, actually. They will also talk about feed, and also in terms of conformity assessment, the experiments that we're doing, analysis, and also the relevant standards. So how they are being applied and what is their contribution to the sector, especially accreditation, laboratory accreditation, what kind of contribution does it have to the sector? And lastly, we have a guest from Thailand, Mr. Pranat. He will be talking about how the halal concept is implemented in Thailand. So if you allow me, I would like to give the floor to our first speaker, Professor Dr. Ahmet Ergün. So he has years of experience, especially in the field of nutrition and also botanical applications in food. So he has experience in this respect. And regarding the white meat sector, he will deliver a presentation about farm to fork. So he will share his experience. Over to you, Professor. Thank you, Chairperson. Hello. On behalf of myself as Ahmet Ergün, and on behalf of the White Meat Industrialists Association that I'm representing, I would like to extend my regards to all of you. As the moderator already mentioned, there's an area of implementation under the inspection of Halal Accreditation Agency. I would like to share my experience with you. First of all, in the world, what is the situation about the production of meat? So the situation about the white meat, poultry. So as you can see in the table, 2022, 2024. So after those periods in the world, the most produced meat is white meat, 146.5 million tons of production in 2024, and then it continues. And in the next decade, when we look at the trend, we see that it will continue. The other ones, the cattle, the pork, the goat, the sheep, they're all having a downward trend. So the red meat and white meat consumption, where do we see it? In Mongolia, 132, Hong Kong, 123, USA, 123, and in Turkey, 46.8 kilograms consumption. And the global meat production as of 2025 is 453 million tons. So the cattle and veal consumption, when we look at the countries with the highest consumption, it's Argentina, and it is followed by Israel. And in terms of sheep and goat, Kazakhstan has 8.5 kilos of sheep meat consumption. When it comes to poultry, in terms of tons, what is the situation in Turkey? It's starting in 2020, and when you look at the later years, I will not read every single row in the table. I don't want to tire you. But last year, there was a very good production number that we could achieve, 2,804,000 tons. 54,000 tons is turkey meat here. So when compared to the previous year, there's a 14% of change. And poultry consumption, when we look at it, USA, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, 45 or 50 kilos. But last year, our consumption in Turkey was 28 kilos, almost. And when we look at the world average in terms of poultry, we are much higher than the world average. In Turkey, when we are holding this meeting right now, 4.5 or 5 million chickens have been slaughtered, and it's 1.2 billion annually, and it was exported to 80 years. So 550,000 tons have been exported to more than 80 countries in 2025. So these are the animals that are fed for longer years, and it's 4 or 5 kilos of weight that they have when they're alive. And it is preferred by some of the consumers. Therefore, it is also being produced. So why white meat is the highest produced meat in the world and also in our country? Because there's no limitation. Its protein value is high, very high, and the fat is really low. So it's affordable, easily reachable, and also it could be cooked and also processed with heat, etc. There are a lot of different diversifications here. There are more than 100 different versions, and you can consume it on your own or in a crowded family. It's always suitable for you. You can always find any white meat of your choice, and it is cooked very quickly as well. Therefore, for fast food, it's a very important raw material. So what is the beginning? It starts with an egg, a chick, 63 grams. So it's not only one number. It could be 1 or 2 grams more or less. And a chick, which is 43 grams, or maybe 41, I don't know. It may also go up to 45 grams. So how did it become so popular? Between 1957 and 2005, there are 3 different segments here. So from 34 grams, the chicks went up to 44, 45 grams. And at the end of 4 weeks in 1957, it was 316 grams. But in 2005, and then it was 1.5 grams. And in 56 days, in 1950s, it was less than a kilo. But later on, it went to 2 kilograms in 1970s. And then after 2005, it was more than 4 kilos. And the duration of it to grow to be slaughtered is 40 and 41 days approximately. So this quick growth has genetic improvements, developments underlying. There's a very important selection within the coop actually. So the feed consumption, water consumption, they are very closely followed with the cameras, with the sensors. But apart from that, the chicken coop, the vaccination, the nutrition, they were highly contributed to the success that we have today. So I don't want to take your time any longer by touching upon every single detail, but I would like to mention some numbers in this table. The slaughtering age. So from 1925 up until today, from 16 weeks, it went down to 6 weeks actually slaughtering, and death. Mortality of 18%, it went down to 4%. We are trying to decrease this further for biosafety purposes. So there are really important measures that are taken, both the growers and also the ministry is taking a lot of important measures. And the production model in Turkey, it's an integration model. And what is in this model? So I would like to talk about them with a couple of sentences, because in a certain part of this, halal accreditation applications will also be seen. So it's not only slaughtering that you should consider here. So what do we have here? So we have fattening chicken coop. And also, in order to have chicks, there is an incubation place. And at the end of 21 days, they are born. And in Turkey, we have 15,000 farmers. And there's a feed factory centrally for fattening purposes and also for the broiler chickens as well. The feed is produced centrally, and at the end of 42 or 41 days, they are referred to the slaughterhouses. And in the meantime, the things that I'm not consuming go through a rendering operation, and the chicken flour is obtained and in the dog and cat feeds actually, and also fish feed. It's used, and there is no polluted water that we are discharging here. So in the houses, in the restaurants, and in the dining halls, ultimately we are having them at the end of this process. So this is the integrated system that I wanted to mention, and later on, especially in the critical points, the source of chick, and also the feed content, additives to be used, slaughtering method, cooling, fragmenting, and in terms of cross-contamination as well. There's a very diligent and careful application that we have here. And when it comes to halal audits, the most critical stage is slaughtering. So the person performing the slaughtering should be a Muslim. This is the first condition, and during the slaughtering, he should say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and also the animal should be alive. At the moment of slaughtering, the blood should flow fully. It should be discharged fully, and during the slaughtering, both the respiratory tract, esophagus, and the main arteries are being cut, and the manual slaughtering is the most important one. So are they really saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim? And also there is a stunning process. And is it killing the animals, for instance? So these are really important points for us. And the knife, is it being used properly? Is the slaughtering taking place correctly? So in order to avoid any hesitations regarding this, both the Helal Accreditation Agency and the Directorate of Religious Affairs, Ministry of Agriculture, they are very closely following up the process, and sometimes the slaughterhouses are being inspected in order to clarify the process. Shocking could take place, but the animal at the moment of slaughtering should not be dead. the voltage and the current value is also important in terms of the animal being alive, and the death happening after the slaughtering are really important conditions. The halal inspections, this is the strongest part about them. And also a fully comprehensive ISO 22000 inspection takes place, and HACCP plans, CTPs, microbiological risk, salmonella control, and the cold chain, and also antimicrobial resistance and antibiotics could also be included in this list, because the world is focusing on this important criterion. So halal, an unsuitable product in terms of halal is not safe, and an unsafe product cannot be accepted as a halal product. So these are our main conditions. In the poultry sector, halal inspection is not should not be considered only in terms of slaughtering. So let me go back in the slides. So it should be considered only as slaughtering, the fattening hooves, the incubators, the feed factories, broiler slaughtering, rendering. So they should all be encompassed. So it's a multi-stage application which is happening here. Sometimes we see some objections. We face some objections. Like hormone is given to the animals, otherwise it cannot be developing so quickly. So neither in the world nor in Turkey, there is no such hormone application. There's no need for that in the first place. So the hormone, the growth hormones, it's in the nature of protein. So if you provide it through the feed and water, then in the digestion system, it would be fragmented and it would be meaningless. As I mentioned before, 5 million chicken. If you are slaughtering 5 million of them, giving it to them with injectors in the muscle is impossible. You cannot even count them, I mean, therefore you cannot inject them. But because they are fastly growing, this is the first thing that comes to their mind, and are antibiotics used. Since 2006, in the European countries and in Turkey, antibiotics are never used for a growth factor, but if the animal is sick, antibiotics could be used. When it is used, discharge of the antibiotic from the body. So they are waiting for this duration. So depending on the variety or the version of the antibiotic, it will be 3 or 5 days. Salmonella controls are made really frequently and closely because salmonella has more than 2,000 strains, and enteritis to fumarium and infantis are the most important ones amongst them. If they are identified, the format or the version of the slaughtering changes. So on Friday, it is slaughtered and then they are washed and cleaned, and slaughterhouses then being disinfected, and those slaughtered chickens directly, they are not referred to raw consumption. There's a heat or thermal process which is going on before the consumption, and the legs are broken, they have heart failures, etc. All of those arguments are not important, I can say. Just there are some people who are really willing to be on media and press. They are explaining because of this. So with the real scientists, we are talking very closely. Who do we have here? Professor Dr. Taner Demirer from Ankara University, Faculty of Medicine. Bingür Sönmez. The Turkish public knows this person very well, who is a cardiologist. And again, Professor Dr. Rashid Vural from the Aegean University, a child digestion expert. So how do we share the studies with the public? I would like to have a couple of sentences regarding this. So in 2011, we started International White Meat Congress, and every 2 years we are holding this Congress. And after the first year, more than 1,000 people participated always. 2013, 15, 17, 19. We couldn't do it in 2021, and the reason is the pandemic. And we did it in 2023 and 25, and if God allows us, next year we will be holding the 8th Congress in this respect. So the scientific committee here has really important reviews, and as a result, there's a Congress booklet which is published on the website. Because It's a CAP international platform on which it is published, and when you are becoming a professor or an associate professor, you can use them in your academic studies. Sometimes, I mean, before the pandemic, we used to explain about the plants and the facilities in order to see the transparency for inspection purposes as well. Especially the physicians and the bloggers will be invited over to the facilities to introduce the topic to them, and also there would be a visit of slaughterhouses. And the parts apart from the slaughterhouses, for biosafety reasons, showing them to the guests was not possible. So believe me, even the owner of the chicken coop could not enter the coops. Only the people taking care of them could enter, and the same goes for the incubation places and other fattening places as well. So what are the gaps? What are the pros, cons, etc. We try to deliver those messages to the public opinion this way. 3 years ago, by the way, we had a very important earthquake, devastating earthquake, and we have provided some assistance regarding this. By the way, we are using social media. Poultry meat, with poultry meat, new recipes that were not cooked before. So we also worked on them. Almost 1,000 people participated in the contests, and then we had the first elimination, second level of elimination, and then as a result, there were people awarded. Thank you very much for your attention. So no worries, you can consume poultry very safely, both for our country and in terms of the countries that we export to. It's the perfect food that we are producing. Thank you.
Teşekkür ediyoruz hocam.
Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing this very valuable information with us. So without losing any time, we would like to give the floor to the second presenter, Mr. Ülkü Karakuş. So he's actually the head of the executive committee of Türkiye Bir Feed Producers Association. So with his ample experience, he will be referring to compliance of Turkish feed regulations and halal certification requirements. Mr. Ülkü Karakuş, you have the floor. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Zafer Soylu, our chair, for giving us this opportunity. We have listened to the professor just a moment ago. So for the last 50 to 55 years, he gave us lessons in the veterinarian faculty. And as a zootechnist, I have completed my 42nd year since we entered the sector. Regarding feed and poultry, I've been involved in these. And my spouse is veterinarian. I'm a zootechnician, enjoying our professions. So at this hour of the day, let me continue with a joke. As you know, for the last 1 week, there's a basketball player, Shaquille O'Neal, you can see in the publicity of Turkcell telephone company. So he's a legendary basketball player. So you were asking about selection. What is selection? What is to select? What is separation? Actually, it's the gist of the whole story. So in 6 weeks, the poultry section, actually, there might be certain question marks in your mind. That's why I'm giving this example. So these breeds have been selected from the Shaquille O'Neals of chickens, and this is the kind of production process that we have sustained. So when you look at corn, it is only one kernel or one leaf only, but there has been hundreds of years of selection process. So per acre, there is 1.52 tons of production. Of course, I'm talking about industrial production. So they have direct implication on human health, but conventional and industrial productions, especially important, they are growing. In terms of feed industry, Per year, Turkey is heading the lead in Europe, 30.7 million tons and $12.2 billion, and it is the seventh in the world. And feed sector is a cross-section. It's actually at the crossroads of animals and plants sectors. And actually, we are buying certain animal products as well as plant products, and we sell to these sectors by processing and manufacturing the feeds. And actually, Mr. Chair was referring to the importance of feed sector. Of course, because we're from the sector, we know it well, but we're at the very heart of halal food. So we are actually providing raw material to the sector, and our animals are being slaughtered like sheep and goats, poultry, as well as livestock, cattle. And actually, one egg that you eat has 30 months of story if you're eating one egg. If you're drinking one glass of milk, it is 34 months. And again, if you're eating beef, then it has 30 months of story. So under the cold chain, as they are being fed, as they're arriving to your plates, there's the cold chain, which is what matters. And what we're trying to do today is, if these are halal, and if they are halal, what are the conditions and how can we improve these conditions? So there's a law, 5174 and 5036 and 5076. There are three laws that we are abiding by, and actually what we understand from halal is cleanliness, quality. Halal food, well, it's $1 trillion sector, and with this responsibility, Turkey is feeding its own people and keep on exporting to the halal geography. So there are certain prohibited material as per the relevant law, also religiously speaking, like pork and derivatives, blood, cadavers, and alcohol. And there are similar implementations in other countries. There's no use of this material, neither directly nor indirectly. So there are, as I've said, pork, derivatives, blood, cadavers, alcohol. So we classify these. Because I will give the presentation to the relevant persons, I will be skipping them a bit speedily. So we're talking about cattle, sheep, goats, poultry, chicken. But we have these animals, whereas there are some animals that are not included. And regarding slaughterhouses, there are certain accredited persons as well as institutions, companies, that there needs to be definitely Bismillah being uttered during slaughter, and the animal should be healthy and its blood should be totally drained. So in all of the facilities that you can think of, including cattle slaughterhouses, there are certain controls of public and private sector, and the principle entails that there should be no haram content. It should be tayyib, clean and healthy. As I said, there's law 5996 that we abide by, and the facilities, the enterprises are under continuous control of the ministry, where the quality and prices are checked. And if there are violations of quality and prices, then the necessary precautions are taken. So we have a strong adaptation and a common infrastructure that we base our efforts on. So actually, there are the strong points of our existing legislation. So there's no pork or pig protein. You cannot use it in Turkey. There's no such import. There's also cadaver and waste prohibition. There's also the hazard analysis and critical control points, tayyib compliance, and traceability, where our veterinarians, through the provincial directorates and provincial directors of agriculture and industry are controlling the process. There might be certain gaps in the legislations, which are various. These are to be handled by the public sector, such as protein and non-protein derivatives, halal slaughter principle, or blood, cadaver, and alcohol consumption or use. So actually, Turkey has been handling these issues well, have classified these. So no pork protein whatsoever, no cadaver in category 1, 2 wastes. Hygiene and traceability are obligatory, so no facility can do something outside of it. So these are processes that are controlled meticulously. There's blood flour. So once these material they are being used around the world and in the same animal groups. For instance, if a ruminant outside of horse, it is being used as a protein source in other animal groups. So there could also be oil and gelatin, non-protein pork derivatives, but this is gray area anyway. It cannot be used in Turkey anyways. So if to look at the measures and steps to take, actions, there's halal slaughter documentation, blood flour alternative, compliance statement, import product control, cleanliness protocols, and sectoral standards. So there are collaborations going on with the relevant institutions, including Helal Accreditation Institution. Regarding legislation and halal certification, Turkey has a strong infrastructure, as I've said. So for the whole cattle, we have ear tags that we control. And for poultry coops, 2 kilograms of the 3 kilograms consumed in Turkey are white meat, and it equals 2.7 million tons per year. And as a poultry producer, when will the chick enter and come out? So when you have a chick, when you bring it to the slaughterhouse, from it's being hanged until it's being packaged is around 2 hours plus 4 degrees centigrade. So these are meticulously followed, and we have no problem regarding this situation. So unfortunately, there's also the hormone issue. Well, this is technically not possible, but in Turkey and the world, it is brought to the agenda, but it's not technically possible, actually, even when it's brought to the agenda. So we are saying like compliance issues are at stake, but there might be certain additional measures taken, we're saying. But as you know, migration is continuing in the world. Whole groups of people are migrating from a place to another. So there's 85 million nationals, and there's around 5 to 10 millions of guests. And there's around 65 million tourists entering per year. And there's a Muslim population of 400 to 450 million in Europe population. So Turkey has great responsibility in terms of these populations in Europe too. So regarding export, the animal-based protein produced in Turkey, especially 10 to 15% of poultry, is being exported to Iraq, the Arabian Peninsula, European Union countries, and other Islamic countries. And the eggs, 15 kilograms per person is the number. 15 to 20% of eggs are being exported in a healthy fashion abroad. In line with all the auditing conditions, we have a strong infrastructure. And for 17 years, continuously, I'm using that Turkey is the center, I say. I keep on saying this, and actually this is the truth at the moment, and I would like to thank everybody for their efforts. It is being used in ruminants. We cannot hear the person who's asking the question. He's referring to the flour. Actually, there's also poultry flour. being used. As you were saying, there's this 80-day chicken. You are producing them as a protein source, and there's actually a protein gap. Like there is feather flour, chicken flour, meat flour, bone flour. These are not in the same group. They're actually being used in a cross-sectoral way. We cannot hear the speaker because he's not speaking to the microphone. So let me say something like this, which is, we're talking about transgenic products that have genetical modification. Regarding its history, actually, the Supreme Board of Religious Affairs had an involvement in it. Actually, transgenic products are used. Millions of tons of corn, soy, poultry, flour, canola, and cotton. So their residues are being used. For instance, there's protein, energy, cellulose, and fats. And what is remaining outside of it is the residues in order to meet the protein needs of an animal. So you actually produce an animal for 8 to 10 months, or make them slaughterable for 7 to 6 weeks. So transgenic products are especially interesting. That's why I'm referring to them. All of these, for instance, let me give an example from corn. The definition of transgenic corn is a bacterium in the soil. So through gene transplantation, it is being inserted into the corn, and what we call pesticide. There are the residues of the agricultural drugs. Actually, this technology has developed a lot, and the field studies were completed around 40 years ago, and we are using this material in Turkey, and there's the biosecurity law 5977. So the permissions have been taken from EFSA. These are such genes and products that entail these genes. They are being imported to Turkey, and they are used to feed animals. I will share the necessary information with you. So what we call Bacillus thuringiensis, this bacterium is a bacterium that is found in the soil. So you take that bacterium and you transmit a gene. That gene in the soil in corn is transmitted to the corn, and we get rid of the worms that infest. Actually, transgenic material are prohibited. They are only imported for feed purposes, and actually we are using protein resources that we cannot find in Turkey, and I would like to inform you further if you're interested. Actually, you were saying that it is haram to use it, but in front of the audience, as an agriculture engineer, as a zoo technician, I cannot say no. It is not up to me to say no, but the Supreme Board of Religious Affairs decision is something that I can share with you. So as a zoo technician, as I'm giving the example of Shaquille O'Neal, 2 meters, 16 centimeters, sharing his height is a total different thing. I am an agricultural engineer. I'm not alien to. I'm an expert on farm plans, but actually giving poultry flour to animals does not make it non-haram. So actually it's nuts, because the logic is there. It is nuts. So you are a farmer. So let's say there's manure used for all these materials. So it's the same. Ammonium sulfate. Okay, we can discuss it later anyways. So what I'm trying to say is, between conventional production and meat production and consumption per capita under existing conditions. Actually, it depends on a technological management based on gene transfer. So through manure fertilizer use, you increase the rendement. But there are various opinions, of course, regarding these issues. I would like to remind you of that. Interpreter note, residue. The word residue was supposed to be pulp. Thank you very much for your understanding for the correction. So I would like to continue. If you have finished your speech, Mr. Ülkü, for the valuable information. May I ask a question too? We will receive the questions at the end of this session. It has always been such. I think it's going to be healthier. So we will receive the questions at the end of the session.
Sayın Sinem Topçu Hanım.
Now we'll be moving on to our third speaker, Sinem Topçu, who is a member of the TÜRKLAB Board of Directors and chair of the Food Committee. Sinem Topçu is going to be making a presentation about halal analysis, the OIC SMEEC 35 standard, and strategic contribution of accreditation to the industry. OIC SMEEC 35 standard is very much important for the labs that are carrying out all those analyses, as you know. The floor is yours, Madam Sinem Topçu. Thank you very much. Hello, my name is Sinem Topçu. First and foremost, I would like to welcome you all to the first International Halal Accreditation Congress. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you today. I would like to also thank everyone who exerted efforts in the organization of this event. I would like to also thank you for your kind invitation. Today, we're not just going to be discussing a technical subject. We are going to be discussing a globally transforming ecosystem, actually a trust ecosystem, to be more specific. It is not just about food anymore. It is about trust. It is the new name of scientific verification. This is a transformation process, and we need to understand its scale. I think this visual is enough to understand that we're talking about $7 trillion of volume. So halal economy is not just limited to food. I am the chair of the food committee, but still it is very much relevant to tourism. It's very much relevant to cosmetics and medicine, the pharmaceuticals. So halal is an economy at global level. And every year we can see that there is important dimension that is creating the basis for that, which is trust. And we are talking about $2.5 to $3 trillion of volume. And in the upcoming period, it is expected to rise to $6 to $9 trillion in the next decade. This is not just about opportunities. It is also referring to the risks that we will have to manage. Right behind this growth, there is also driving force, which is not just the population. There is also the trust issue, because the consumers are not just buying a product. They're looking for something which is in line with their traditions. They're looking for something which is very much in line with what they're looking for. And this used to be verified only through voluntary statements, self-statements, but now we are talking about holistic, total quality and scientific methodology, and also institutions and agencies which are carrying out independent audits. Plus, when we have to look at the ecosystem, it is not just about the final quality, but it's about the whole process from the very beginning until the very end. It needs to be traceable digitally and physically. As is mentioned by the previous speaker, it's not just about slaughterhouses for poultry, just like the case. Well, in the production, we need to also have traceability from the very beginning until the very end. So, ensuring this traceability, we need to manage several things. What kind of risks are we talking about? Adulteration, cross-contamination, false statement. These are not just technical issues, of course. There could be one single shortcoming, one minor shortcoming, which could lead to significant problems in the end, and erosion of trust. Loss of trust is going to be costly when compared to a lot of things. So their laboratories play an important role. These are not just the places where you carry out analysis, it's also the place where you create trust. Starting from verification of the raw materials up until the end of checking the final product, we are trying to prove trust, which is based on 4 phases. One is the raw material verification. Second one is the filtering, cross-contamination. The third one is the adulteration defense. So after these products are provided to the market, do they have any non-halal contaminants? And the fourth stage is checking the complicated supply chain. All these 4 feed in creating a sustainable brand trust, and it's really of critical importance. Let's refer to SMEEC 35. It is the common language of the global trust. We need to come up with a common language. We need to speak the same language in order to have the global trust. This is not just local, it also provides us with standardization. It's really the infrastructure itself. There are 3 main pillars. The first one being analytical framework, which is focusing on the methodologies, suitability of the methodologies, and it also focuses on the universal limits and standards. The second one is about the laboratory compatibility. Well, this is very much focusing on the operational technical capacity criteria of the agencies. And the third one is comparability. In order to have coherence, we need to have comparable results. So implementing all these 3 pillars in an efficient manner on the ground is only possible thanks to the coordination among the professional agencies and the relevant agencies. Accreditation is serving for institutionalization of the trust. We're focusing on constant improvement of the technologies, increasing the speed, accelerating the process, making sure that we are in line with international standards. In addition, standards, well, of course, the standards are the most critical part of the mechanism, plus independent verification. There is this independent perspective, objective approach, which is registering the technical capacity and capability through an international perspective, which is in the end serving the facilitation of the global trade. Strategic trust in gene integration. So first one is halal analysis through scientific proofs and risk management. We are ensuring alignment with the halal standards, and there's like SMEEC 35, international reference and common language. And the third one is accreditation, which is helping us to build global trust. What about the added value in the sectors? To start with, this is all serving for acceleration of international trade, because there's this $1 trillion of worth of the market, and this, of course, is quite vulnerable to non-compliance and lack of alignment and harmonization. So when we focus on this accreditation, it is providing transnational free movement, plus it is also feeding in fair competition. If there are actors which are not acting in line with the standards, they are identified and they're pushed out of the market. So this leads in a fair playing ground, and it's also creating a systematic approach. Accreditation is not just a tool or instrument for audit. It provides discipline of the processes, plus its focus on decision-taking power, it provides the analytics, and it ensures that the trust is durable. We in the laboratories play an important role where we're not just carrying out the analysis, but we are also building the infrastructure for sustainability of trust. At the very heart of my presentation lies the following sentence. The competition of the future is not just going to be focusing on generation of the trust. The producers which are generating trust are going to be building the future as well. OIC SMIC 35 and accreditation is redefining the trust, and it's going to be the strategic framework itself. Thank you very much. I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now we're going to be listening to the last presenter of this session. Pianut Bon Malert is coming from Thailand, Deputy Director of Thai Helal Business Center, advisor to the Sheikhul Islam. He's going to be presenting halal concept in Thailand. The floor is yours, Pianut.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, I want to say thank you to Helal Accreditation Agencies, HAC, for giving me an opportunity to present my countries, Thailand, in a global stage like here in Turkey. So I wonder, actually I have my slide up here, but first of all, I wanted to say a little bit of my introduction first. So my name is Piranat Bunmalert. I'm the advisor to the Sheikhul Islam of Thailand, and right now I'm the Deputy Director of the Thai Halal Business Development Center at Kirk University. Yes. Excuse me for a little bit. Actually, I have my presentation. All right. Sorry. All right. No worries. I will just speak on myself. All right. So.
Sorry. Sunumu alabilir miyiz ekrana? Çıkmıyor mu? Evet. Let's wait.
Okay, sure.
Just a minute.
So.
Let's have your presentation.
Thank you very much. So just wait a little bit for my presentation to be appear on the screen. So this is my first time here in Ankara. So thank you for a lovely welcome, Mr. Safer, and also our general, Mr. Yasan Ubud. Thank you very much for inviting me to here at the Congress. Actually, well, I want to mention for all of you first that Thailand is a non-Muslim country, right? We have 70 million people around Thailand, and 10% or 7 to 10% are Muslims. But however, we project ourselves in the near future to be, the global halal hub of the ASEAN and as well of the world. And how could we do that? Is that, of course, we supplying the region with a premium or poultry trusted good to the Middle East or the Southeast Asian. And also in the ASEAN, in ASEAN stage, we are the regional as the undisputed manufacturing capital. We produce a lot, especially raw meats, raw materials, and export them to around the world. And also in parts of Europe and rest of the world, we are the global market with the universal recognized with the quality and also the safety standard of our food standards as well. Not only food, but also like the trusted goods as well. In order to be, the Thai Halal gateway model, of course, we focusing on 3 main steps. Thank you very much. There's my slide. This is me. Okay, I'm the advisor to the Sheikhul Islam of Thailand. All right. How can I actually, the pointer is not, all right. Just, yeah, okay, all right. So this is what I mentioned earlier, that we are 70 million people around Thailand, and we have about 7 million, particularly from South and Central, like myself, from Bangkok. And, sorry, it's not working. Next, please. All right. Okay. The things that we are mainly focused, of course, we are religious integrity. We are oversight and strictly adherent to the Islamic uh, laws mandated by the Central Islamic Council of Thailand. I'm pretty sure that a lot of you have known CICOT. All right, I will talk about CICOT later on in my presentation. Of course, we have the agricultural dominance. We have year-round yield and domestic raw materials, and also so many supply chains and controls. And also, of course, we have the scientific precisions. We have the advanced forensics lab testing at the Halan Science Chulalongkorn University, and also we serve to guarantee the zero cross contamination. Next, please. Sorry, my pointer is not working. All right, so these are the portfolio of our premium purity. We have premium meat and poultry export. We have high-grade seafood. We have luxury ready-to-eat food, which is all halal. And of course, other things that I think we very well advanced is the halal wellness and also the pharmaceutical products as well that we are considered halal. Next, please. All right, so as I mentioned earlier about the CICOT or the Central Islamic Council of Thailand, regarding to the Islamic Organization Administration Act by law in 1997, which is my birth year, Islamic Organization Administration provide the establishment of the Central Islamic Council of Thailand with the power and duty to issue notification, regulations, certify matters, issue about the Islamic affairs, of course, halal is the Sharia matters or Islamic affairs. Therefore, the rules and regulations, halal regulations are governed by the Central Islamic Council of Thailand, which is under the halal affair, which in the CICOT. Next, please. All right, halal quality infrastructure in Thailand. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, we have the Central Islamic Council of Thailand, and below that we consist of the provincial Islamic committees within 40 provinces around Thailand, and they function as the oversight bodies or the IB body or the inspector bodies of all the halal certification in Thailand as well. Next, please. And these are to show you the brief, the organizational chart of the Thai, the CICOT organizational chart within the Halal affair as well. We have the chairman, which is the Sheikhul Islam himself, Sheikh Arun Bunshom, and we have the general secretary, Mr. Surin Parare. Next, please. Driven by faith and design for the world. This is the, the motto or the values of the CICOT itself. Halal is a Sharia matters, but halal for all humankind. Also, halal is inherent to the Islamic principle, ensuring the religious authority without the compromise. But however, a universal standards, for example, CIMIC standards, ISO standards guarantee hygiene and safety and quality for global consumer regarding of faith. So these are what we value in Thailand as well. Next, please. So these are the hierarchy. We have the mandate, the Central Islamic Council of Thailand, empower the state issue to binding the regulations, certifies and operations, and as act as the sole coordinator with all government agency regarding Islamic affairs. And below that, the leadership directed by the Sheikhul Islam, or in Thai we call it Jula Rashmantri, alongside the 53 officials, council member within the CICOT member. And below that, we have the foundation, which is the law, in the national law, in the sector of 16 to 18. Next, please. How to bridge to the global market. Of course, Thailand or CICOT or the under of the halal. Okay, thank you very much. The CICOT or below the CICOT, beside the CICOT, there's the Halal Standard Institute of Thailand, which are the observer states of the OIC or the CIMIC in 2017. And we hope we have some mutual recognition agreements with international Halal AB, international Halal CB, and also active promotion to the international trade relation for the global market in order, to boost international trade relation and seamless open to global market for the halal entrepreneur within Thailand to exceed to the global market as well. So this formula of trust, of course, similar to, CIMIC, IFAB, we have legal mandates, we have Sharia purities, scientific rigors, technological scale, times the global alignment, which is CIMIC and also ISO. There's an absolute trust. Sharia certifies halal quality supports. The trust is the ultimate product for all Thai product to export to around the world. That's what CICOT's main aim or the goals. Align with the global stage, of course, as I mentioned earlier, there's a halal standard institution of Thailand within the CICOT itself. The domestic standards and the international standards are the two main aim for the halal standard institution of Thailand. The mission is to develop, mandate, and evaluate national halal standards, which in the CIMIC standard, we aligned it with the CIMIC standard 1, 2, 3. And also in the international standards, the strategy impact, this align directly removes trade barriers, of course, boost the competitive edge of the Thai halal industry to the worldwide area. Let me skip. All right. So defining standards, end-to-end inspection, continuous monitoring, and brand protection are all the anatomy of the certification within the halal institution of the Thailand. Of course, we move on to what we call the academic field, which I proudly present my university that I came from, which is the Quirk University within the International Islamic College, Bangkok, within the Quirk University. We are the first and only university that provides higher education in the Islamic business administration with three main majors, which is the halal industry, from where I'm from, the Hajj and Umrah services management, we're dealing with Saudi Arabia, Masharik, and as well as the Islamic finance. And the global experience learning of the halal industry, we have the regulatory oversight, studying and quite directly with the Central Islamic Council of Thailand to learn the national halal certification process and the standards, and also with CIMIC standards as well. Industrial mass production, we have field trips to CPO, if you know that, is a very well-known organization in Thailand to export raw materials, especially poultry, raw chicken, for proof production and safety compliance, with aligned with the ISO standard as well. Direct exposure to both regulation oversight and industrial reality of the halal product. Actually, in Thailand last year, with the government wants to drive the Thai halal industry strategy towards to become an ASEAN halal hub by the years of 2027. And luckily, our university under the International Islamic College, Bangkok Quirk University, is among the members of the National Halal Industry Committees of the government as well to drive, to the strategy in order to become the ASEAN halal hubs. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, we are great at the business administration. Therefore, we see this as an opportunity for us to bridge our students who are we made them to help them to become one of the personnel within the halal industry, and we want to match them with an entrepreneur, which is the Thai entrepreneur. So therefore, we established what we call the Thai Halal Business Development Center, which I'm the deputy director of the Thai Halal Business Development Center, and this is our Sheikhul Islam when he's on our open ceremony. Of course, the mission of the TSC, or the Thai Halal Business Development Center under Quirk University, we want to strive for the halal business excellence on the world stage, competitive party and international markets. We want to serve as a central node for halal business across the world society and economic dimension. We want to build, the ecosystem within the halal industry ecosystem between the educational side as well as the economic side, and also we want to develop a personnel and youth to meet the rapid increasing demand of the halal industry market within Thailand and across the world as well. So we are the consultants, comprehensive advisors services. We trained with the standards courses for potential and compliance, food safety and halal and global export. to the entrepreneur who want to export their goods or their products to around the world, especially in the GCC and hopefully, inshallah, in the Turkey as well. So another academic field of the halal industry within the Thailand, we have what we call the Halal Science Center, the well-known Halal Science Center from Chulalongkorn University. They have the advanced the research of and development in design to guarantee the absolute consumer confidence and halal integrity. We have the scientific verification of raw materials and finished products down to the molecule levels. And we have what we call the HALQ system to deployment of the innovative qualities management framework of the enterprise level halal compliance. Halal Science Center, Chulalongkorn University are the world's first dedicated halal science laboratory setting to the global benchmark for the purity, the safety standard as well, forensic DNA sequencing, real-time molecule testing, ensuring their absolute 0% or non-halal biological contamination, and we had advanced spectrometry as well. So we also have, the Halal Institute Deep South in the Prince of Songkhla University. We did PSU. We applied in short courses, non-degree courses regarding to the foundation of halal standards certified mechanism, implement the theoretical knowledge to active the production line and the global readiness as well. So as I mentioned earlier, the majority of us are in the deep down south. Therefore, the strategic epicenter, southern Thailand, sit at the geographical and economic gateway to the ASEAN Islamic market, to Malaysia, and also to Singapore as well. To halal blueprint, Thailand's want to rise as the global ecosystem hub. We want to be the halal kitchen of the world, and we want to be the top 5 global exporter. Of course, we're driven by the deliberate top-down government policy, pushing the Halal Hub initiative. We have the national governance, the establishment of the authority of the national halal industry committees, as I mentioned earlier, and the creation of the Thai halal industry centers, streamline market entries. Of course, halal is the basic procedure, but how can we upgrade that? We're combining halal science with the help of the Halal Science Center, the Chulalongkorn University, and we're focusing on the sustainability, focusing on the environmental standards, personal health, and also consumer safety to build a universal ethic values for the people who consume our products. And of course, our dominant halal tourism. Of course, I do believe that if a lot of people will think about Thailand, you think about the tourism. And of course, we do have halal tourism. We have some several halal hotels, accommodation, adapted to privacy, dedication, prayers, facilities, and ethical operational standards, halal dining, restaurant, and also we have a Muslim-friendly services as well. And of course, we are the top global destination for the Muslim tourists as a non-Muslim country. So lastly, in order to drive the definition of the ecosystem blueprint, we need the government ambition. We have the global connectivity and also the technological trust in order to, it's not just participating in the halal market, but it's initiative ecosystem blueprint to lead to the Thailand to the global market. One last thing that I want to mention to all of you, as I heard here at this Congress, that we all want to align our standards to be a global and very the alignment standard within each other. And we, Thailand, as a non-Muslim country, believe that so that in one day, inshallah, if we could have the one standard, well, CIMIC standard, obviously, and one logo for all Muslim around the world as a Muslim country as well, and for so non-Muslim countries, that could be one of our shared aspiration to delete all the trade barrier and also easier for our Muslim around the world to consume what is called trusted and transparency for the halal industry around the world. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you for your presentation and for attending, and that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oturumumuzun sonuna geldik.
So we have come to the end of the session, but as we have promised, we can receive a or two questions. So if you have any questions, otherwise, if you don't, we would like to conclude the session. Hello. Thank you very much for your presentations. So, actually, there was discussion after the previous question. And related to these, I have a question. So, in animal feed, is there halal certification for animal feed? As end users and consumers, let's say we are buying chicken or red meat. So, in its package, is it enough for us to see halal certification? Or is there also a halal certification process in animal feeds too? In white meats or poultry, you said that there's no prophylactic antibiotic use. Is there any prophylactic antibiotic use? So I'm a veterinarian. I was really surprised that to hear that antibiotics are used. So because it is not used to grow the animal, but to reduce the bacteria or to zero the bacteria. But the flora of the animal is to deteriorate, and it is going to lose energy. So I was really surprised to hear that antibiotics are used for this, but I guess prophylactic antibiotics are not used as such. You also referred to no hormone use. Thank you very much. As you know, these are wrongly known issues, but let's say in a protein product that is used as an animal waste, would it not have a hormone effect, especially in certain breeds? It's not only about selected feeds, but animal protein supported feed is also an important issue. So maybe in the main protein classification, maybe there are certain fats or other material that would have hormonal effects. And also another question is, so when there's going to be export, so you said that there's 10-fold, 30-fold pesticides detected and the food product is not being exported to EU, etc. So we keep on hearing this. So are such tests also undertaken for animal feed, like pesticide tests or aflatoxin tests? Is there such a transparent auditing system? So let me answer regarding antibiotics. Thank you very much for the question. Until 2006, regarding intestinal system, there were certain pathogen eliminating efforts, and there was no such interest in the microbiota, and these were used back then. But after 2006, the residues of antibiotics were detected in humans that consumed these animals, and there was antibiotic resistance, and it was actually prohibited in 2006 in Europe and in Turkey too. So prophylactic or non-prophylactic, but antibiotics are not used at all, or if it is used, it is being prescribed if there is an illness. And our Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry has a drug monitoring system whereby you can see transparently, just as human doctors, when they prescribe these drugs, you can see it in the system. Just like that, when veterinarians prescribe, you can find them in the ministry's web portal. There were too many questions, otherwise I can only answer this question. Thank you very much. So, in Turkey, in the feed that are produced, in the provincial sales, there are two laws that we abide by. 5996, Veterinarian Services Law. And regarding the feed, all the procedures are written in this law. Like there's the law of biosecurity, and the formation of permissions to export, etc. So there are two laws, to EFSA and FDA, so to EU and to the United States of America. So these were actually what configured our laws. So regarding 30 millions of feet that I had referred to previously, so we are using various material. So when you look at corn, there are so many derivatives of corn, or when you say wheat, derivatives of wheat. So there's no specially labeled feed in question. So we import some of the feed, but there's no halal certification program for all the feed as of today. But let me answer to what the gentleman asked previously. So we are actually talking to a sensitive audience. We have the responsibility to enlighten you. So when you talk about blood, so actually blood is a very important protein in the field of medicine. It is an incredible product. We should see blood in this framework, but thank you very much for your question. And let me add a thing or two, if you allow me, beginning from the end. RAS and RAFEX reports are being monthly published, especially EU has reports on products that are being sent back from the borders. Just don't think of it only as food, from tires to cosmetics. So what country did it enter from? What was the border where these products were detected? And what was the reason for rejection of the entry of these products? So actually, the previous month's report was published. So there was okra toxin in dried figs, and due to pesticide findings, they were being turned from EU, but they are mostly being annihilated, destroyed in those areas anyway. So in terms of the laboratory, in animal products, as well as in plant products, independently of that breed of animal, we look at antibiotic in meat as well as milk. And actually all of our methods vary from goat to cattle to poultry to milk products, dairy products, and the active agents vary in all these areas. And in meat products, hormone tests are being held. Since 2003, I'm a veterinarian, by the way. Since 2003, I've been in the sector. Personally speaking, I have never run into antibiotic residue nor hormones in chicken. And let alone that, in laboratories, such detections have to be notified. We have to notify the ministry. We notify the ministry. And regarding these notifications, that enterprise is asked to take the necessary precautions by the Minister of Agriculture. But if you have any further questions, I would like to help you. Hopefully, now you feel more comfortable. So let me do an addition to what the lady asked about. Especially in poultry sector, we give feed to the chickens. So there are 4 types, which are chick feed, chicken feed, chicken grower, and slaughter feed. Slaughter feed is the cheapest. The most expensive is chick feed. So pre-slaughter feed definitely needs to be given by an enterprise. All enterprises give these. So around 10 days before slaughter, these feed are given so you can eat chicken comfortably, safely. No worries on that. I would like to thank you, and I would like to make an addition in terms of halal certification. So SMIC General Secretary is where I work at. So we have a standard and requirements, and We have a standard regarding animal feed. We can inform you further after the session. So in terms of food security and in terms of Islamic requirements, all the standards have been designated and certification is done in line with these, and especially accredited institutions appeal to SMIC 123 and various other standards. So they need to create their documentation checklist, accreditation checklist. So there's such a control mechanism anyway. That's what I wanted to say. I would like to conclude the session and I would like to thank you all. It was a very fruitful session. I would like to thank you for your efforts. Thank you.
Değerli katılımcılarımıza
We would like to thank the presenters as well as the participants. Mr. Zafer Soylu and General Secretary İhsan Öğüt will hand the certificates and afterwards, let's go home. Yasin Zülfikaroğlu.
moderatörümüz, oturum başkanımız Yasin Bey'e çok teşekkür ediyorum.
We would like to thank our moderator, Mr. Yasin Zülfikaroğlu. Professor Ahmet Ergün. Many thanks to Professor Ergün. Mr. Ülkü Karakuş. Thank you for your participation and contributions. Ms. Sinem Topçu, we would like to thank you for your participation and contributions. And Mr. for his participation and contributions. And now let's have a family photo. Together with all the participants. Mr. Ülkü, please. And then thank you very much. You're very kind. Hopefully, inshallah, we'll convene tomorrow. Good evening.